Good morning. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted via WebEx, an online digital platform, and will be live streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. My name is Bruce Mullock, and I will be chairing this hearing. Committee of Adjustment panel members participating via WebEx and who can be seen and heard are Larry Clay, Ian Chan, and Peter Reid. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, including moderating the WebEx platform. Agents, applicants, and other interested parties participating in this virtual hearing registered in advance. They will be connecting through WebEx using a compatible electronic device. Their participation will be via audio only. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaws that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, email address. All Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, LPAT. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Procedure. Participants who have registered in advance will be connected to this virtual hearing. They will be automatically muted upon entry. When the item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. I will call each item in the order which is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with his or her presentation if required by committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter directly into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be allotted a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are approaching the time limit. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly, clearly state your name, and please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Where required, the applicant or agent will proceed first with the presentation of the application. Then, individuals, either in support of or in opposition to the application, will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut but only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised, to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Shall I start again?
Just maybe you can say test.
Test. Test.
Okay, that's better. I'm sorry, you asked me a question.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have the minutes of the last Committee of Adjustment public hearing been confirmed by members?
Yes, they have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Declarations of interest.
I have none.
Members of staff, committee panel members, are there any declarations for this morning's agenda? No, thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there any requests to withdraw an application?
I don't have any formal requests, but there may be somebody today at which point they can request at the time the item is called.
Thank you. We will now proceed with our hearing. First application is number 1251 DUNVEGAN Road. And on this application, the committee has before it material submitted by the applicant, including a covering letter from William Hicks Architect, planning rationale from Michael Goldberg, copy of the neighborhood package from William Hicks, and presentation materials by Goldberg Group. There's also a staff report from Urban Forestry. And on this application, there are persons speaking in opposition. Is the applicant ready to join us, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, I am, sir.
Good morning.
This is Michael Goldberg. Can you hear me?
We do hear you.
Thank you.
Would you identify yourself, please, by name?
My name is Michael Goldberg. I'm a principal at Goldberg Group, and I'm representing the applicant as their planner.
Okay. In that I understand there are opposition speakers, we will ask you, Mr. Goldberg, to make your presentation to the panel. You have 5 minutes beginning now.
Thank you, members of committee. I would ask you to turn up my presentation, please. And while that presentation is being turned up, there is a request for deferral. We respectfully request that the committee proceed. We think primarily the main area of concern are the trees. We are fully of the belief, and it's of the fact that there is a separate process available through the urban forestry tree injury process. We do not intend to remove any trees. I don't support the removal of any trees. And as the urban forestry comments say in the middle of the page, they request conditions in the event that committee is to approve this, and it says submission of a complete application to permit the entry of the tree. We support that condition. And in the advisory comments,
So through you, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr.
Goldberg,
Are you asking for a deferral or you're not asking for a deferral?
no, I'm not supportive of the deferral.
Okay, so we'll just go into the presentation.
So let me understand this, Mr. Goldberg. You're not bringing forward a motion or a request to defer the application?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
I understand some of the correspondence that the committee has received has requested it, and I thought I would address that up front. We do not support it.
Okay.
Very good then. If you would, let us proceed with the application then, and please begin your presentation on the application itself.
Okay, I will continue on in the issue relating to trees because I think all the pieces of correspondence you've received have addressed trees. Again, the urban forestry comments provide a condition in the event you are to approve this application. We support that condition. A very important advisory comment of urban forestry is number 1. It says any application to remove or injure a city-owned tree may be denied regardless of the Committee of Adjustment approval. We would suggest members of committee that they have the jurisdiction to revise the proposal itself in the event of a committee approval. And in that regard, what I would, because I'm on trees, I'd ask you to please turn up figure number 3, or let's start with figure number 2. Let's start with figure number 2. So you can see in the bottom left-hand corner, there are trees, very large, majestic, wonderful trees. You can see where the existing house is in relation to it. You can see that there's a stone porch which has foundations to it. Very close to that tree. That is tree on the next to the house. That is tree number 28, and the other trees are shown in that photograph. Just while I'm on there, I'm just going to say, you can see in the top left-hand corner, this is a 3-story house with a 2-car garage today. And then looking to the rear yard on the right side, the extent of privacy landscaping, and then on the west side yard in the bottom right-hand corner, the very large hedges that are along. It's actually a double row of hedges. You can see that one pops up over the other. Can you go to number 3, please? This is the survey, and in the bottom, or I should say the northeast quarter or the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the outline of not only the foundation of the house, but also the foundation and the porch. And this is very important because it relates to where the trees go. The trees, obviously, their roots are not growing into the foundations of the existing house or through the porch. And the next slide is actually over to figure number 5. Right. So figure number 5 is the basement floor plan, members of committee. And we're showing the 3 trees that are important. The yellow area is where the existing porch and house foundation already exists. So tree roots aren't growing there. And we're showing the tree protection zones for each tree. So the green area are the only areas that the proposal encroaches within the TPZ if this application is to be approved. My comment is through the tree injury process, if the urban forestry wants those TPZs fully protected, we don't think that's going to be necessary because of the arborist work that we've had done and because of the existing foundations. I've had this done many times on many applications, both in Forest Hill and in other parts of the city. You pull back the foundation, you cantilever the upper floors of the floor. It's of the dwelling. It's an acceptable technique to urban forestry, and the tree protection zones are entirely protected. So
Mr. Goldberg?
Yes.
I've given you some extra time to allow for the discussion about the deferral at the beginning, but I do ask you now to wrap up your presentation. You have another half a minute.
Oh my. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm just going to say, could you go to the first page, please? There. Those are the numbers of FSIs that exist in the immediate neighborhood. At 0.65 proposal, members of we are well within the range of other approvals that exist in this area. As committee knows, the intent is to allow a review to take place, not to stick to a number or not to stick to proportions exceeding that. These are common numbers in the neighborhood. the height of the proposal will basically, there's a 3-story building today. The height of the proposal will extend basically to the midpoint of the roof adjacent, or to the midpoint of the roof that exists today. And that is also very common. If you could go to the last 2 pages.
Mr. Goldberg?
Yes.
Your allotted time is now up. Thank you.
May I ask committee for 1 more minute?
Mr. Goldberg, no, your allotted time is now up. I've given you extra time, 7 minutes, to allow for the discussion we had of the deferral. So I'm now going to hear from those wishing to speak in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the first speaker in opposition is Max Laskin, and he is unmuted.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of committee.
Good morning. Would you please identify yourself by name?
Yes, my name is Max Laskin. I'm from Goodman's LLP, and I'm counsel to the owners of 500 Russell Hill Road.
You have 5 minutes, commencing now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You should have in your file a letter dated September 9 from my office outlining my client's concerns with the proposal. As you here today, Mr. Chair, there was widespread opposition to this application among neighboring property owners, as well as the local councillor. And the core of my client's concern is the destruction of a very old, very large boundary tree that Mr. Goldberg referenced as tree number 28. And contrary to what Mr. Goldberg says, Mr. Chair, the destruction of that tree is not simply a separate process that is outside of your hands. Rather, in my submission, it goes directly to the statutory test for approval as it relates to matters of maintaining the intent of the official plan, respecting the character of the neighborhood, and matters of privacy, as I will explain. So firstly, as background, Mr. Chair, the rear yard of my client's property abuts the eastern boundary of the subject site, given its corner location. Along the shared boundary sits an approximately 250-year-old red oak tree that the applicant's plan identifies as tree number 28. The plans that Mr. Goldberg referenced show the expansive canopy of that tree covering much of the subject property, as well as my client's rear yard. That's shown also in the photos that are at Appendix A of my letter, and I would ask that those photos be drawn up now if possible. Those images, as they're being drawn up, show that tree 28 is among the largest and most prominent trees on the block and an integral component of the urban forest in this neighborhood. That tree, along with tree 26 on the adjacent property 502 Russell Hill Road, which I understand Ms. Costello will speak to, also serve critical privacy functions for my clients, protecting against direct views from the subject property into my client's yard and the house itself. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, despite the applicant's recognition today that these are majestic and wonderful trees, the proposal from the outset has disregarded the tree protection zones that are intended to ensure their survival. Indeed, in correspondence with our client that is attached at Appendix B to my letter, the applicant's own arborist confirmed that the red oak tree would not survive construction as initially proposed. As initially proposed, the tree was to die, and the applicants requested our client's consent for that destruction, which was refused. The application now before the committee is slightly revised from that initial application, but with respect to this key issue, it remains the same. Professional arborists continue to confirm that the proposed construction will result in the death of tree 28 and other affected trees. You can see from the plans, Mr. Chair, that this is not a case of a minor encroachment into the tree protection zone. The new dwelling is proposed to sit a mere meter from the tree's trunk. Now, Mr. Goldberg says that will result in no impact because the basement exists there today. To that, sir, I would say first that Mr. Goldberg is not a professional arborist, and professional arborists that have reviewed this, including Mr. Kuntz, whose letter is attached as Appendix C to my letter, has confirmed that this tree will die as a result of the construction. That's because the roots not only exist around the base of the existing house, but underneath that house, and the demolition of that structure alone will cause significant damage to those structural roots. And I note, Mr. Chair, that the applicant's own arborist has not disputed this basic fact. Their arborist does not indicate that the trees will be preserved, but rather confirms that they are designated for injury and will not even be fully protected with fencing. Adequately protecting the trees is simply not possible given the proposed plans. So, sir, the destruction of these trees is a direct consequence of the size of the proposed dwelling in terms of the variances for density, length, and depth. And it's my submission that these variances cannot be regarded as meeting the four tests in light of the impacts that the destruction of these trees will cause. Section 3.4 of the official plan emphasizes that the urban forest is essential to the city's character, and policy 3.4D provides that changes to the built environment will preserve and enhance the urban forest, especially, quote, long-lived native and large shade trees. Tree 28 is precisely such a tree, approximately 250 years old, with a massive canopy providing shade. The destruction of that tree would not maintain the intent and purpose of VOP in this regard. The destruction of the trees also offends provisions of the VOP with which you are surely very familiar, including the mandate to respect and reinforce the character of the neighborhood and to provide for adequate privacy. Mature trees are an essential part of the character of this area.
Mr. Laskin, I'll ask you to make your summary, please.
I will, sir. I would simply note, sir, that mature trees are an essential part of the character of this area as recognized in the applicant's materials, and the destruction of those trees and the resulting impacts in terms of privacy simply cannot be regarded as maintaining that intent and purpose. Lastly, sir, by way of summary, I would note that the fourth branch of the test for approval is important here. That asks you to determine whether the application is desirable for the appropriate development of the land. I would simply say, sir, that these trees cannot be replaced in our lifetimes, and the loss of these trees that this proposal is confirmed to cause through professional arborists would be an irreparable loss to the city's urban forest and to the neighborhood, and therefore cannot be considered as a desirable outcome.
Your allotted time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, how many additional speakers do we have now?
We have two other speakers in opposition. And the next speaker in opposition is Eileen Costello, and she is unmuted.
Good morning. Good morning.
Miss Costello, you should be unmuted. Try speaking into your microphone. Okay, Miss Costello, we're going to mute you, and then I'm going to try giving you a call on the phone number we have here. Or through you, Mr. Chair, did you want to go to the next speaker while I tried to get her online?
Let's proceed with the next speaker, please.
Okay, so the next speaker is Amber Stewart, and she is online.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please identify yourself by name.
Thank you. It's Amber Stewart, and I'm counsel for Peter Daniels, who is the owner of 270 Forest Hill Road.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes for your presentation or for your remarks.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I see up on the screen my letter of submission, which sets out the concerns of my client. If you could turn to the second page of this letter, please. And it would help if you could zoom on that photo just a little bit, just to illustrate the relationship of my client's property, which is directly abutting to the north of the subject property. You see that at 270 Forest Hill. The other things that I'd ask you to observe on this photo is that, first of all, my client's lot depth is about 36 meters. It's quite a bit shallower than the subject property. And I submit that that's relevant because any impacts on the rear yard are exacerbated. The other thing that I would ask you to observe is that there is a large tree that is at the southeast corner of my client's property. You can just see the canopy there, and I'll discuss that tree in more detail. Thirdly, there are 2 rows of trees along the rear lot lines. One row of trees is on my client's property, and the other row of trees is on the subject property at the rear. And although those trees are not regulated, there is a proposal to remove all of those trees. And that is of concern to my client because those trees were specifically installed when my client built his home to provide mutual privacy between the two rear yards. The third thing that I would point out, which you can't see in the photo, of course, but there is a significant grade change to the rear of the subject property, such that my client's property and backyard is quite a bit lower in elevation than the subject property, and specifically where the house is located. So I've tried to focus on my client's concerns in this letter. And the first thing that I'd like to point out, if you can scroll to the bottom of the page just so that you can see those dimensions in the last paragraph, The variances that are proposed here for dwelling length and depth are quite a bit, from a numeric perspective, larger than the bylaw would allow. You can see that the bylaw permits 17 meters of dwelling length. The basement is proposed at 44.04 meters. The ground floor is 26.84 meters, and the second floor is 24.55 meters. If I could ask you to turn to the next page. And I will just point out, you'll see that on the subsequent page, but I will just point out that Mr. Goldberg has characterized that dwelling length variance as being technical in nature. We disagree with that characterization, primarily because the basement, due to that grade change, is elevated quite a bit up out of the ground, but I will speak to that in a moment. In my respectful submission, Mr. Chair, these variances from a numeric standpoint are simply unprecedented in this neighborhood and unprecedented on the immediate block. If you could zoom in on that map a little bit so that the numbers are visible. What we've done here is used the city's interactive mapping tool to dimension the building footprints. So I won't put to you that those are perfectly accurate, but I will submit that they are reasonably accurate based on the city's measurement tool. And as you can see, just by scanning through those numbers, there is simply nothing that approaches a dwelling length of 44 meters. If you could turn to the next page. This is really where it's important to visualize the impact of these additional dimensions that are sought for dwelling length. And you can see on the side elevation that the basement wall, which extends virtually the whole length of the property and approaches to within 2.61 meters of the rear yard lot line, and that's adjacent to my client. It's an elevated concrete wall, which, although there is a dimension of the wall protruding out of the ground, there is an additional concrete privacy wall on top of that. And we can see on the plans that that dimension is 3.41 meters next to adjacent grade, just over 11 feet. So where that wall is visible from the side lot line perspectives and from my client's rear perspective, it is 11 feet out of the ground. If you could just scroll a little bit further down, there's two things that we can see on this rear elevation. And I have to point out that I think I misread this rear elevation, because it appears to me that that privacy wall wouldn't extend the full width of the rear of the building. I've been advised by the architect, and I thank him for the clarification, that this is a section that's taken from between the pool and the house. So this is not actually a perspective from the rear where my client would view this building. And so that privacy wall, if I am understanding correctly, would extend the full width of the rear.
I will ask you to make your summary, please.
Yes, thank you. The other thing that I'll point out is just on the second floor, there is a large balcony which requires a variance for area. So to summarize, and I'm sorry, if I could ask you to turn to the last page so that I can summarize on this. Or the next page. Thank you, right there. My client has concerns about the removal of the stand of trees at the rear, which will increase the privacy impacts, concerns about the perspective of that large wall, and also concerns about the privacy impacts from that elevated rear deck. And it's unfortunate that the applicant is not supportive of a deferral request, because we believe that with some additional time that we could work with the applicant to mitigate these concerns, but unfortunately they're not in agreement. The last thing that I think is very important for the committee to be aware of is that my client advised me yesterday that he did not receive notice of this application, and he did email Mr. Cockrell on September 8th to inquire about the notice. He confirmed to me yesterday that he still has not received it, and if that is in fact true, then my submission is that notice has not been adequately circulated and that a deferral should be granted. And I think that deferral would be...
Your allotted time is now up.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll conclude. Thank you very much.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we'll go back to Eileen Costello, and she should be unmuted
press
now.
2. To re-record your message, press 3.
Well, she said she was on the line, so let's go back to the original one here. Ms. Costello, are you there? Can you try speaking into your microphone? not sure how you'd like to proceed. We tried giving her a call, and it looks like it just went straight through to voicemail, so she didn't pick up. And she's unmuted online here, but doesn't seem to be coming through. So,
Is it your impression that, in fact, Ms. Costello is not on the line, is not with us this morning?
you got an email? I think Jacob sent me an email saying that she is on the line, but for whatever reason, we're having audio problems on her end. So
Can we give it one more try
we can try giving her a call again.
let's just hold on for a moment and give her that one last attempt to connect.
Forest Hill Road. 270.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to update you on the notice. So for 270 Forest Hill Road, we did issue a notice of public hearing. So notice was properly given. Whether or not it was received is something that the owner should take up with Canada Post.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Your call, please note that we are continuing to work.
Just going to give this a little bit longer to see if we can connect with Ms. Costello. If not, we will be forced to move on.
No, so there was no answer on the other phone number.
No answer on the other phone either. Very good then. In that case, I believe Ms. Costello was the last one in terms of speakers. So it's time then to return to the applicant. If you could unmute Mr. Costello, or pardon me.
Mr. Goldberg.
I beg your pardon. You now,
Am I
sir,
muted?
Sir, you now have 5 minutes to rebut, and please confine your rebuttal to the issues raised by the two speakers from whom we heard. Go ahead, please.
Yes. I'll just reiterate, members of committee, I have every confidence in urban forestry that they will impose stringent analysis, stringent process to ensure that these majestic trees are protected, and both myself and the applicant support the protection of the trees. In terms of the tree canopy, there currently is a 3-story house with a pitched roof next to the canopy, and the canopy extends above that. So clearly for a 2-story flat roof house, that should not be an issue whatsoever. Protection is possible. Protection is the desire, and this application will not move forward unless the urban forestry approves it. In terms of the tree cited by Ms. Stewart, we will fully protect the tree protection zone of it. The only thing impinging within that tree protection zone is a concrete pad for equipment, and if committee wishes to impose a condition that the concrete pad be moved out of the TPZ, we have no issue with that whatsoever. In addition, from the removal of those trees, we can either protect those trees which are not regulated, or if the condition is imposed by a committee to reinstate those trees at the next to Mr. Daniels' property, we will have no objection to reinstating all of those trees at that time. But they likely can be preserved even during construction with proper construction technique, and we have no objection to a condition relating to that. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. All right then. Members of panel. Any questions for, any questions for the applicant?
Sorry, Peter, we're not hearing you right now. You seem to be unmuted, but no volume come through. Nope, still nothing.
So at this stage, we're simply trying to bring one of the panel members into the meeting through audio.
I'm just testing. Can you hear me?
Do you have a question, Ms. Chan? Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We do hear you. How about you, Mr. Clay?
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
And we hear Mr. Clay.
I'm just testing.
Chair, I do have a question of the applicant, if I could.
Go ahead, please.
We heard from the neighbor, the agent for the neighbor immediately behind about the concerns about a privacy or retaining wall at the back of the property. I wonder if you could, and there seemed to be some uncertainty as to whether that wall went right across the property or not. I wonder if you could confirm the status of that privacy wall.
Yes, the members of the committee, the floor level of the deck is approximately 5 feet above the existing grade, and there is a privacy fence on top of that deck. It extends to the side yard setback. It extends to the side yard setbacks, not to the lot lines, they won't be seen in any event. You saw my pictures in my presentation. Basically, this is a fortress of landscaping around it, and we are proposing to maintain that landscaping, including next to Mr. Daniels. So that wall, which comes out of the ground, it's almost all underground, is only 5 feet out of the ground. And I will say, Ms. Stewart indicated that it was unprecedented, and I can tell you at 287 Forest Hill Road, for the exact same reason, because of an underground garage, they got a 48-meter building length variance from committee, and that was permitted on November 21st, 2018, and approved by the committee. So it's not unprecedented. These underground garages exist all over Forest Hill, and in other parts, other neighborhoods of the city.
I have a question for you again with respect to this. The basement at 44 meters is extremely long. Now, sometimes basements are built so they're not visible from the ground, but I understand in this case, the basement has quite a high degree of visibility for a great extent out past the rear wall of the house. Could you explain to me how you consider that to be a minor variance when this is showing visibly above ground?
Yes, it's basically coming out of the ground at its maximum point, simply 5 feet out of the ground at the very back, and recognizing that there is a fall in grade from south to north. So it diminishes as you go south, and then as you go north, it increases up to approximately 5 feet. Because of the wall of landscaping around this property, whether it's the ceiling of the underground is completely underground or where it is situated here, will not be impactful on the adjacent neighbors because of the degree of landscaping, not only that's existing, but will be proposed on this site as well.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Reed back in communication yet?
No, his mic doesn't seem to be working, but we're giving him a call on his cell phone right now, and we're
Let's
going to
just pause to do that because we need to establish this connection.
Yep.
Hi, this is Peter. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do now, Peter. Very good. Your question for the applicant.
Thanks, sir. Thanks very much. Just a quick question of the applicant, who's said a few times about urban forestry having processes to deal with this, but there's a September 8th letter from urban forestry that says the approval of this variance will result in removal or intolerable injury. Can you speak to that, please?
I can. Thank you, Mr. Reed. We haven't gone through a full tree injury process with urban forestry. They've received some information from us. They've received some information from some of the neighbors, and the arborist report produced for the neighbors. I am quite confident that given the opportunity to go through a proper process, if we have to redesign this building to fully respect TPZs through the basement cutting back, we will do so, and that can be accomplished through the urban forestry process. It's separate legislation. It's not under the Planning Act. They have the ability to accept it, have it modified, or refuse it outright. And that if this is attached to a condition, it will be a necessary step that has to go through.
Thank you. Any further questions for the applicant committee? Hearing none, then at this point, committee will take the application into committee for a decision. And if there are any comments you wish to make, you could offer those now too. Comments by anyone?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. I'm just trying to follow up with Peter's comment. I do have the same concern. The report from the urban forestry is actually a refusal for variance 4 and 5. They think that that tree will be injured, and in line with the professional arborist report. And just to try to ignore that, to say that on the process, someone will stop them. But what if nothing can stop them in terms of the injury to the tree during construction? And I'm not really comforted because there's not a plan B, or they come up with a well-thought-out methodology of construction that will avoid any injury to that tree. And that's not comforting for me to hear that the Department of Forestry and another department will make sure the trees. It's not a duty to make sure every tree during construction is not going to be accidentally or not intentionally injured. So I do not buy that comment. And also, I do believe that the length of the basement or the house is really not minor. especially it's actually a part of it is above ground. And I do believe that it seems that the adjacent property owners have really a lot of concern about the design. I think through design, maybe some of this concern can be modified. And actually, I was hoping that they will agree for a deferral, but since this does not happen, I cannot support the application as it is. Sorry.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Chair, I just want to weigh in. I basically have two observations which are very similar to Ian's. I think it's quite apparent that notwithstanding the applicant's assurances that the likelihood of injury to very old and very mature and very important parts of the canopy in that neighborhood would in fact happen, hence the report from Urban Forestry and their concern and their recommendation to refuse the variances. So I'm quite sympathetic to the neighbors and the neighborhood concern about the prospect not only of injury but likely removal of those trees, and you simply cannot replace that kind of canopy in this neighborhood. Secondly, on the length, the length is, quite frankly, I think quite unprecedented. I appreciate that the lots in this neighborhood are large, but a 44-foot long basement that does actually extend above grade at the rear is excessive in my view. But even equally important, the length of the first and second stories are 27 and 24 meters, which are 60% beyond what the current bylaw provides for. I would suggest that that is not minor, and that's a major extension and expansion well beyond what the current bylaws would allow. So for those two reasons, I frankly don't think I can support this application.
Mr. Reid, anything to say?
No, I agree with my colleague's comments. So I'd like to put forward a motion to refuse the application.
Motion by Mr.
I will
Reid.
second that.
So it is moved and seconded by Ms. Chen to refuse the application. All those in favor? So it is unanimously decided to refuse the application. Thank you, and committee moves on to the next application, which is 76 Kenneth Avenue. And on this application, committee has before it materials submitted by the applicant, commenting reports from engineering and construction, from transportation. We have 5 form support letters. We have 1 letter in concern and opposition from 6 parties. So, Mr. Moderator, on this, do we have 3 people speaking in opposition?
Yes, and I believe there's actually a mistake. I believe the individual speaking in support is actually the registered agent on the file.
Mr. Dyer.
Yes.
Thank you.
The person registered speaking.
Okay, then.
Yes, I believe he's online, so I will unmute him and he can speak to that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, Mr. Dyer, are you unmuted, or are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please identify yourself, Mr. Dyer. Good morning.
Yes, hi. Good morning, committee members. I'm Fred Dyer. I'm the owner of the property and have made the application that you see before you.
You have 5 minutes to present your application to the committee starting now.
Okay. My architect has actually made, he did say he could not make the meeting this morning. He did, I know, send in a letter of explaining the variances that we requested for the property. The ones we consider them to be quite minor in nature. The garage at the back of the property is an existing structure. We are requesting, I guess, an addition to the second floor to facilitate a laneway house. The other variances that we are requesting are a slight variance in parking. You can see in the lot that it is a very deep lot. It's 175 feet deep. It borders a laneway on the side of the property and also on the back of the property. The idea is to create a family. I have already have an application in and I'm constructing in the main property two dwelling units that are two bedroom family units, and also am trying to create another family unit in the laneway house at the back. So in total, I will have three family sized units on the property, which I think meets with the intent of the new Planning Act, and I was quite excited when I heard about the zoning change for the creation of laneway housing and how it can impact the creation of more housing and affordable housing in the city of Toronto. I don't really have much else to say. With regards to parking and the variances, I know that there hasn't been any negative comments from the city regarding the requested variance on parking from Public Works or planning. They seem to be in support of the application. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from those speaking in opposition to the application.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the first person speaking in opposition is Kara Stewart Agostino, and she should be unmuted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Please identify yourself by name.
My name is Kara Stewart Agostino, and I live at 78 Kenneth Avenue, attached to the property in question.
You're the other side of the semi.
That's right.
Thank you very much. Please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I know that there are a number of letters of objection from neighbors concerning the parking spaces that are proposed. So I won't dwell on that for long, but I do want to reiterate that we are concerned about the safety that the parking spaces are going to create, that there's a request to make them smaller, and the average car that is parked on Kenneth Avenue is going to leave those cars either sticking out into the laneway or pushing up against our shared fence. And that laneway is heavily used by children walking to and from school every day because there is a school at the very end of that laneway. I also want to reiterate that not having any bicycle parking and converting the green space of the backyard into parking spaces is a concerning precedent that I hope the committee doesn't want to set here. I also want to talk about our concerns with the structural integrity of our garages. Where the laneway house would be going, that garage is attached to my garage, as well as 2 other garages. There are 4 of us that have attached garages. Not only do the roofing shingles actually overlap, but our wall is shared. Those garages were once stables. The wood is about 100 years old. It is old and it is dry. In his application, it stated that the closest fire hydrant is 90 meters away, we call that into question. We would request that the zoning examiner actually come out and measure that distance. We are concerned with the fire risk to our garages. Last thing I'd like to mention is the height of this unit is going to tower above our garages and our backyards. Our garages are barely 4 meters high. What is being asked for here is 7 meters high. And all of the main windows face into our backyards as opposed to into the laneways, which would, in a sense, put eyes on the neighbors as opposed to eyes on the laneways. So we are concerned about the structural integrity of putting in this laneway house. We are also to our garages, and we're also concerned about how our privacy and sight lines are going to be impacted by the height of the laneway unit.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for this speaker, or shall we move to the next speaker? We'll move along to the next speaker.
So the next speaker is Kate G. I have unmuted her microphone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please identify yourself by name.
Yes. My name is Katarzyna or Kate Gregorczyk, and my wife and I own 82 Kenneth, which is second property to the east, or sorry, the application is second property to the east.
Thank you very much. Please, we are interested in hearing your views.
So I would like to speak to the design of the proposed laneway and then to the variances. The suite introduces a number of privacy and safety and overlook issues. For us, the city, along with Evergreen, has provided a guideline for integrating such suites into neighborhoods. And these guidelines limit windows with views on the neighboring yards, do not permit any balconies facing the yards, and highlight the importance of having sort of windows present and present a friendly face onto the laneway. And as Kara has said, this proposal does the absolute opposite. This plan puts eyes on the neighbors. All the major windows are facing the backyards, and the suite features a second-story balcony overlooking several backyards, including ours. The applicant suggests that because the balcony is inset and there's going to be an evergreen tree there one day, that this elevates our privacy concern. However, that is not true. We still are concerned over this balcony, as suddenly we're going to have tenants overlooking our entire property and looking straight into their back windows. Furthermore, if the precedent is set that the laneway suite does not have to face the laneway, new laneway houses will follow suit, and the actual laneways will be deserted to all traffic, but traffic will happen through the backyards. And this is in direct opposition to the intent of laneway suites, which are meant to improve the look and safety of these laneways and encourage resident engagement. Hello?
Hello, we are listening.
Oh, sorry, I thought someone was talking. Sorry. The applicant also keeps on trying to paint this idyllic picture of hopscotch and tricycles and kids playing in this courtyard and young families living in this suite. However, the truth is it cannot guarantee who will live in this suite once the project is improved. And just as easy, I can paint a picture of disruptive tenants who party and make noise all the time, throw beer cans from the balcony and rev engines. So this suite needs to be designed in such a way that it has minimal impact on the adjoining properties, no matter who the tenant is, or no matter who the owner is for that matter. Tenants will come and go, but this structure will be here for years to come. I think the variances that the applicant insists are necessary for the building to be functional, and that the size of the building is not any wider than the current existing garage. That's all true. However, it's the entry of the building that's the issue. The setback variances would not be an issue if the applicant positioned the building as per the guidelines and constructed the entry at the north laneway. The north laneway is twice as wide and far less traveled. The lot is deep and can easily accommodate a setback. And then the reorienting of the building also addresses safety concerns of occupants leaving the property and entering the laneway without being seen by oncoming traffic. I think the opposition to the parking variances is is well documented. I believe that there is a letter from traffic opposing those laneways, opposing the parking spots. And I think if these parking variances are granted, this will just result in numerous calls to bylaw officers when cars are too big or badly parked and obstruct the laneway. The issue of the actual distance to the fire hydrant is also of concern. Even if the 90 meters is met, what does that mean, to the attached 100-year-old structures that are located well over the 90 meters should a fire break out? And lastly, I just want to mention that the applicant has never reached out to us, despite us being one house away from the project that's been going on since the start of the pandemic. The only reason we've met the applicant was because of a meeting organized by the owners of 78 Kenneth. And during this meeting, it became abundantly clear that the applicant was not interested in making any changes to his plans unless he is still required to do so by law. And at one point, we even suggested that we should be happy with the current plan because they could make it even worse for us.
I'll ask you to make your summary, please. I'll ask you to make your summary now, please.
Yep. So despite the applicant insisting that the proposal plan elevates privacy concerns, that he has consulted with the neighbors, it does not, and he has not. And again, this could all be avoided if the applicant followed the laneway suite design guidelines. So we are actually not opposed to a laneway suite being built on the property. However, with a number of safety, design, and privacy issues, I respectfully ask that the committee refuse the application in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, the last speaker in opposition is Sheila Monk, and she should be unmuted.
Are you still there? You have reached the map.
So I tried giving her a call, and there was no response. So,
All right, then that would appear then to be the end of the person speaking in opposition. Very good. Okay, then in that case, we're going to bring the applicant back, and the questions that I'll ask the applicant to focus on are those raised by the speakers. The issue, and this is supported by transportation, that encroachment into the laneway by parking due to the deficient parking spaces is likely. The issue was raised that would be a safety concern. Also, the height of the laneway suite and the configuration of the windows impact on privacy to neighbors. Applicant, you have 5 minutes to rebut.
Hi, can you hear me?
We do hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. In response to the other comments that were made, we did have meetings with the other neighbors and did try to come to some sort of agreement and had open dialogue and discussions with neighbors and emails back and forth. So I don't agree with the comments that we did not have communication. I have, as I said, I have communications and emails back and forth to back that up as my architect who was leading this charge. The variance for height that my architect David Peterson has done was an aesthetic one to create a more appealing structure, as opposed to just going with just a straight flat roof on the property. I don't think that the additional height is a major issue. I suppose we could lower it into a flat roof. I don't have a problem with that. As I said, it was my architect's idea to make something more architecturally appealing as opposed to just a box back there. So that's something I'm not opposed to. The issue with the parking, my understanding is that the average car length pulled off of Google is 4.5 meters, and that would hold an Audi A4. The size of the car being 4.72 meters, the parking space would more than accommodate a medium-sized car. But these spaces are meant to be commuter, just a couple spots to put commuters on and to take less stress off the street. and to take advantage of the fact that the property is 175 feet deep. Other laneway houses that have been approved in the area are not nearly as deep on that front, and we do meet the green space minimums on the property. So we're not asking for a variance, for green space on the property, so as I said, I don't see that being major issues. Are there any other questions?
We'll now go to our panel members, applicant, yes, to see if they have questions to put to you. Panel?
Okay.
Questions for the
Yes, I do.
Question by Ms. Chan.
Yes, can you explain, when I look at the photograph, there's a car parked there on that strip of land right next to the laneway. Is that a required setback for those garages, or is that a city land?
That's a city, as far as I know, that's a city lane.
City lane, and then where the car is parked is also right next to the lane, is also considered to be the width of the lane, or from what I see is from the drawings, it seems that the laneway is, of course, is just much narrower, but in reality, it's actually got that piece of land that is actually the length is much wider, and is allowing even a car to be parked there. So I don't know whether there's a shared space or whether that's privately owned. Do you know?
I can't, I don't know the exactly where my neighbor's property line goes. I know on the report, I think it mentions the laneway being around 10 feet wide.
Oh, so it's excluding that piece. Okay, yeah.
As far as I know, that's correct.
Yeah. And transportation also suggests to delete those 2 parking spaces. They think they're too short. I thought that in one of the communication you were going to delete them. They are not being deleted, right? They are part of the proposal still.
They're still part of the proposal, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that, as I said, the lot is if the garage was pushed back forward, I would lose green space, and the parking could be put at the rear, but then I would be in a variance for on green space variance is what I've been told by my architect.
Yes, and also in one of your 3D rendering, I see that you have a gate to close those parking spaces. Is that true? What some of the concern is that when cars are parked there, if they're too long, they will stick into the laneway, right? So if you have gates, sort of close those parking, then that problem will be avoided. So you only can park maybe shorter cars, right?
No, of course, yeah. Our intention is to create aesthetically, maintain the privacy fence along the property, along with the planting and tree shrubs that we show on the plans. We would a car would not be allowed to go into that if it did not fit into that space. That's not allowed. It's not legal to do that. I understand that.
Okay. Yeah, that's my question.
Further questions, members?
Chair, I have a quick question. I think one of the things we heard from the immediate neighbors was the concern, in part because of the unique design of the second story, the concern of overlook. And it's not a flat kind of wall, it's actually angled in a little bit, and that heightens people's concerns about privacy. I did notice that there is a privacy screen on the main floor, and I wonder if the applicant would consider or could consider, or whether it's even feasible, to similarly put some sort of privacy screen on the second story. Is that, I'm seeing Anita shake her head, so I'm assuming that maybe that's not appropriate.
Through you, Mr.
Can you hear me? Sorry. Hello?
We hear you. Carry on.
Oh, sorry. I haven't done this very often. Sorry. David Peterson has designed this so that the window is actually angled away from the neighbor's property. He's very cognizant of the fact of the overlooking on it. If you can see on this design, it's angled away, but it's also set back into the property. So that if you look at because the window on the second floor is set back in approximately 5 feet, it takes away the visual line into the neighbor's backyards. We were very aware of trying to protect the privacy not only from the neighbors but also from this property. So yes, it is in effect providing a visual barrier to the neighbors. If we would be willing to enhance that in any way necessary, but I think we have achieved that.
Just so through you, Mr. Chair, just the reason I was shaking my head is I just want to caution the members about putting privacy screening on second stories or that it would extend up, because sometimes it's appropriate when a neighbor is looking for that, but sometimes it can also cause more of a negative impact, shadowing, another extension to a wall.
Right.
So I'm not saying that you can't do it. I'm just cautioning you at when it is and isn't appropriate. And as the applicant said, this particular deck is recessed back. It is angled, but it's recessed in. So I don't know if a privacy screen in that sense would make things worse or better.
Thank you for that note.
Could one other comment on that? If that was to be, if the deck was to be an issue, we would be willing to make that into to remove the deck and to just have the window there. If that would make everyone as a concession. So that the deck would be removed and it would be just basically a garden or an open space.
Now
I still want to have a cover over the, so it would be just a canopy.
Well, that would involve a major revision to this application. Tell me, I have a question for you about the, I'm concerned about these deficient parking spaces, and you had made a comment that they could not be enlarged by taking some green space away. Was your architect very certain there was no ability to compensate and to enlarge the deficient parking spaces by using up some of the green space?
My understanding is that, and I also posed this question, was that the spaces now are 4.72. We're not that short of a legal parking spot if we just park it on a. I suggested we just park it on a slight angle to accommodate that, but I was told that that would then take up some of the green space that we currently have, and we're not requesting a variance for green space.
No, I can see that. Okay, Mr. Reed, do you have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Reed, we're not hearing you, I'm afraid.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Mr. Reed, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, my question is around the bicycle parking. As you said, it's a very deep lot, and I'm just wondering why you weren't able to fit 2 bike spots in there.
we should have bicycle spots, and I will have more than 2 in there. It should have been on the plan. Again, I guess the decision was made that was going to take away from the green space variance. Bicycles, I guess, because of the size of the units, could be just brought inside the units, or we would be just chaining them up to the inside of the fence because there's so much green space in there. That would be just up to the tenants or the owners to deal with. I mean, we're not lacking space, that's all.
I'll just make the comment that there's a couple of topics you've touched on here. The bike spots is the most recent one. Then you also said you were considering doing away with the deck idea in order to remove another obstacle. So I'm having trouble with this because it sounds as if the application is in need of some tweaking before we could look at it. We can't do major
Mr.
revisions.
Chairman? No, the privacy it's only a concern. I do not think that Larry is asking him to revise the application. You just want to listen to the concern and how maybe a privacy screen can mitigate it. So we are not requesting him to make changes. I don't think that's the intention. But I do want to make a comment about the bicycle parking, because it's such a small thing. I think they can easily accommodate it in this design. So I would suggest that if I'm going to support this application, is to delete variance 4, that they must provide some bicycle stands. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I agree, Ian. I think that's, to the chair's point, I think there are some elements of this proposal that haven't been fully thought out. So I think, I would delete variance 4, but I personally would also delete variance 6.
So through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, just when you start cherry picking through the variances, it starts to impact the other variances. So where the parking is supposed to be located is within the rear yard setback, and there is no rear yard setback. I would advise the committee to deal with the proposal as submitted.
I think the wisdom here is to either accept or refuse. I think we'll at this stage we can take the application into committee, and with the thought in mind to accept or refuse.
Just a clarification, Chair, if I could. I did notice that the memo from transportation suggests that we not approve the parking variances. So would that be appropriate if we were to consider supporting this? Would it be appropriate to remove that one?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know, because if you remove 5 and 6, or you refuse 5 and 6, because you can't remove them, that's up to the applicant, and we were already in committee. But if you remove those, I don't know what impact that would have on the remainder of the proposal, whether or not they could comply with other aspects of what they're asking for. So again, they're all sort of tied together. And I also don't know whether or not there would be some requirement for parking on site somewhere. So if you remove those parking spaces, I don't know if it triggers another parking variance.
Is anyone ready for a motion? Are there any members that are ready to come forward with a motion? So
I just want to say that if for the bicycle parking, if I'm considering whether it is going to be just to affect the application so much. And I'm considering whether it's a minor or major. And I concluded that it's a minor variance. So even if it stays, I'm okay with that. They will have to find some parking for bicycle storage parking somewhere.
Ms. Chan, are you making a motion? Or do you care to make a motion?
I want to listen to the other two.
Okay. Well, we are in committee. Let's listen to the other two.
Yeah, I'd just say I understand the concerns that staff is raising around including or not including certain variances into this, but I would be supportive of this without permitting variance 4 and without permitting the parking, because I think, like, from a kind of functional perspective, I think it's going to be difficult to have those parking spaces actually work, both from access and from fitting.
So
those are my thoughts.
So is that a motion to approve 1, 2, and 3 and refuse 4, 5, and 6?
4 and 6.
But it would have to be 5 as well.
But I think 5 is about the building, isn't it? It's not about the parking.
Yeah, it's only 4 and 6, yeah.
But I understand that transportation is also opposed to that too, no? Transportation is opposed to the length, and I believe ECS had a concern. Oh, no. Okay. No, it was just the length. Okay. Sorry. So just variances 4 and 6.
Removing 4 and 6. Sure. I mean, I don't know if other members wish to discuss this a bit more, but that's what I put forward.
Maybe I'll just weigh in. I think I would support that. Notwithstanding the applicant's suggestion that a small car would fit in there, I don't think he can guarantee that whoever buys that or owns or occupies that would have a small car, and I think that just sets it up for some issues down the road. So I would support that. I also would just note that this is a laneway suite that is at the intersection of 2 laneways, and which is a little bit different in terms of its configuration from many laneways, which are just simply on 1 lane. So I think it, because of that, can accommodate and handle the slightly larger massing than might be available on a single laneway. So for those reasons, I would support the suggestions by my colleagues.
Could someone make a motion then?
Sure. I'll put forward a motion to approve variances 1, 2, 3, and 5 of the application.
Motion to approve with those variance deletions?
And subject to development engineer. Pardon me. Subject to. Yeah.
Please repeat the variances that you're deleting.
Deleting variance 4 and 6.
4 and 6 deleted.
No, not deleted, refused. You can't delete.
Refused.
Yeah, they're refused. They're not deleted.
Okay.
Carry on.
Subject to development engineering conditions in their February 18th memo.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I will second.
Ms. Chan.
Oh, very.
It is moved and seconded to approve the application. All in favor? Opposed? Mullock. Thank you. The application is approved with variances 4 and 6 refused. And the committee moves on to application number 3, 196 Dunn Avenue. And on this application, the committee is dealing with the following materials: those submitted by the applicant, plus commenting reports from Transportation Services, staff reports from Community Planning, from Urban Forestry, and from Strategic Initiatives, Policy, and Analysis. And on this application, moderator, do we have just the applicant and one person in support? Okay, then. So, on this application, I'm going to ask my colleagues on the committee whether they would like to go straight to questions of the applicant or whether they'd prefer to have a presentation. Panel members? Presentation not required. Thank you. Okay, first I'll just check. Applicant.
Yes, Adrian Latavsky here.
Good morning to you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you.
Good morning.
Mr. Latavsky, we're getting a bit of an echo coming through on your end. If you don't mind turning down the volume on whatever device is playing the hearing, that might help. So I'm going to unmute you again.
Okay, I will try it now. I have reduced the volume.
That's good.
Hopefully that works.
We hear you. We hear you clearly now.
Okay. Excellent. I will do my best to hear you as well now that I've reduced the volume.
Can you turn the volume? Sorry, can you turn the volume off?
Well, unfortunately, if I turn the volume off, then I can't hear you.
Okay, so we're going to mute you while we're speaking.
You see, minutes?
Okay, that works for me.
Okay. The reason for that is that our comments are echoing back. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for this applicant? Presentation, we've said, is not necessary. No questions of the applicant. Okay, we can go then.
Through you,
Person in
Mr.
support.
Sorry, yeah, there is. Oh, you want to hear the person in support?
Let's hear from the person in support. Good morning.
I think you might be referring to me. My name's Evan Johnson. I'm the owner of the neighboring property, or at 200 Dunn Avenue through 206 Dunn Avenue.
I am referring to you, Mr. Johnson. Good morning. Yes.
Hi there.
Please address.
I don't have a great deal to say. I wasn't able to get a letter of support in time, so I wanted to still have an opportunity to voice that I do support the application, and I hope that you look favorably upon it this morning.
Thank you very much. All right then. At this stage, then, there are no questions of the applicant. I look to committee for a motion on the application, please.
I'm happy to put forward a motion. I think this is quite straightforward in terms of the variances being sought, and I think it's a net positive by adding a pretty significant number of increased units. And this street in particular and the neighborhood both have many big old houses that have been converted into apartments, and I think this is being done sensitively. So I move to approve subject to planning's conditions regarding rental housing in the September 8th letter and urban forestry condition number 2.
Thank you very much. Second, is there a second? Second by Ms. Chan. So it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor? Show of hands, please. Unanimously approved. The motion is carried and your application is approved. And committee moves on to application number 4, 123 GLENAYR Road. Committee has before it material submitted by the applicant, report from Urban Forestry, a letter of interest and concern from one party, and opposition correspondence from 3 parties, all on GLENAYR Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent is on the line. However, the 2 speakers in opposition are not present.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. Good morning.
Hi, how's it going today? You guys hear me fine?
We hear you well. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
I'm going to ask my
Is the
colleagues.
presentation needed for this, or?
I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they'd like a presentation. Yes. Colleagues, do we have a request for presentation on this?
Just a second, through you, Mr. Chair. We did have somebody registered to speak in opposition. So they're not in the room, but maybe we will try and give them a call just to see if they are still, maybe they're trying to get connected.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to pause a moment, applicant, to see
No problem.
to see if contact can be made once again with the person who had registered to speak on the application. So let's just determine whether that person is with us or not.
Sounds good, thanks.
Hi, Mary, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm having very technical problems with Rogers. It's connecting, disconnecting everything. So I am on the phone now. Our phone was not working.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
This is the Committee of Adjustment you're speaking to now. And we're going to come back to you in just a moment to hear from you. So I'm going to return to the committee now. Committee, we do have a person speaking in opposition. So we'll go back to the applicant and request a presentation. Yes, Mr. Marchesa, you have 5 minutes to present your application. Please proceed.
Perfect, thanks. All right, good morning, Sir Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Chris Marchese, and I am a planner at Design Plan Services. We've been retained by the property owners of 123 GLENAYR to present this Committee of Adjustment application in front of you today. The application is to construct a 3-story detached dwelling with a side integral garage, rear ground floor deck, and front porch, and to demolish the existing dwelling on the subject property. There are 5 variances associated under Bylaw 569/2013 with this application. Before getting into the variance, I would like to know that there have been extensive conversations with planning staff before the application was scheduled on the agenda to satisfy planning staff concerns regarding the front yard setbacks. Amendments were made through these discussions with planning staff to eliminate a front yard setback variance, and the application in front of you today has no objections put forward from planning. I reviewed the Urban Forestry Consolidated Memo dated September 9, 2020, and have no objections to the standard conditions number 1 and 2 being imposed if this application is approved today. Getting into the variances, variance number 1 was actually introduced through conversation with the planning staff. Their request was to remove the front yard setback variance and introduce a small minor building depth. Majority of the dwelling is actually sitting at 16.92 meters. There's a little jot out at the front for the porch and the rear for a walkout, which includes the 0.83 extra being asked. It is my opinion that this is minor and has no adverse impact on any of the adjacent properties. Variance number 2 in regards to FSI, the application requests relief from the zoning bylaw to increase the FSI proposed dwelling to 0.86 times the lot area, where 0.65 times is permitted. A couple things I'd like to note on this is that the architect retained for this project has developed multiple houses in the area and is fully aware of the characteristics existing in the neighborhood in terms of FSI. Me personally was in front of this exact same committee on July 22nd, presenting 201 Rosemary Road, which is just over 100 meters away. It's 1 block to the west, and we were approved at 0.88. And there's also at least a dozen that are within 500 meters of the research request that have an FSI that is greater than what we are proposing today. The massing will be consistent with what is existing with new development in the area and will cause no adverse impacts. The driveway width is a minor increase, variance number 3 of 5.96, where 5.8 is permitted. The 0.16 increase is to allow the driveway just to extend for the entire width of the garage that's located on the side of the property. The variance would cause no greater impact than what the bylaw already contemplates, and if the driveway was built as of right at 5.80. Variance number 4 is due just to a very, very small 1.3 meters above first floor, above established grade, where 1.2 is permitted. This is just due to a major elevation change on the property. It's about a 2-meter elevation change, and that triggers that minor variance. And then the rear yard platform, the rear yard deck encroaches an extra 1.4 meters just due to the design of building the deck around the pool. There still is a large room for space between the rear property line and where the deck is proposed to finish. And also there is no rear yard setback on the property, nor is there any soft landscaping for the rear variance for this application as well. And therefore I believe it is minor and there is enough room.
There are many trees on this property, including city trees. And on drawing A0.4, please note that the tree on the northwest portion of the property is no longer there. It was actually damaged in a storm. So the drawings of the trees on the property are not accurate. And then on drawing A1.4, you see the plan of the backyard, including a pool and a pool equipment pad. And there are no trees shown on this drawing at all, but many trees will need to be taken down to accommodate the pool and the pool equipment pad. So that's not clear to me from the drawings, even though in speaking to Chris, he did mention that all the trees will remain in place. So I'm not really sure what the trees and the greenery of the property will look like. And finally, to that point, there are no drawings showing any planting to maintain the privacy that all the trees currently on the property are providing for us. So those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? In that case, we'll return to the applicant.
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Questions raised there.
there's one other
there's another
speaker. I'm just trying to connect them right now, so I'm giving them a call.
Another speaker in opposition. We'll just hang on a moment.
Doesn't look like we're connecting to them. So we'll go back to the applicant.
Okay, in that case, we return to the applicant for a rebuttal. Specifically, concern raised about the FSI of the proposed application. Also, concerns regarding trees and plantings. Applicant, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So in regards to the FSI, like I said in my original presentation, the area is undertaking quite a bit of redevelopment in the area. In front of me, I have a research request that I did and acquired by the City of Toronto to find other FSI variances in the area to make sure that we're building with what's consistent with what's going on in the area. 300 GLENAYR Road was at 1.2 times FSI, 15 Robin Wood Avenue 0.88, 201 Rosemary 0.88, 33 Vesta, which is literally just around the corner, 0.899, 19 Vesta 0.862. So like I said then, and what I'm trying to reiterate now is that the massing of this dwelling is consistent with the redevelopment that's going on in the area. We understand that it's an increase over what's permitted by the bylaw, but we are of the opinion that it's not going to create adverse impacts and it will meet and be consistent with the characteristics that exist today in terms of FSI, which ultimately result in the massing that's going to be existing on the property. In terms of the trees, urban forestry has imposed conditions which we have no objection to being tied with the approval of this application. The trees are going to be dealt with, and our goal is to save as many trees as possible. We are aware that a tree has been removed due to a storm on Plan 0.4. This application was submitted on December 24, 2019. The plans were done before that. Due to COVID, there was a delay, obviously, and the tree has subsequently been removed due to a storm. It has no impact on the decision of this committee. And then going back to her comment about A1.4, that's actually the second-story plan. So there's no trees showing on that because there's no trees existing on the second floor. So they are shown on the site plan. And the pool pad that she's talking about is actually not a pool pad. What the architect does in this instance of that plan, if you look in the top right corner of, say, 2,166 square feet, that's just what's being proposed for the second-story plan. So if you go to all the floors, you'll see what's being proposed there, but it is not a pool pad, and therefore no trees would need to be removed on that portion of the property. It's just to help the zoning examiner and committee understand what's being proposed for each floor. But when looking at the site plan, you'll see that there's no pool pad being proposed in that corner that Mary is talking about. And in terms of planting, we don't know what planting we have to do yet because our goal is to achieve and maintain as many of the trees on the property. And with an approval here today, we'll then start dealing with urban forestry to make sure we satisfy their conditions. And if there does arise that replanting does need to be done due to the removal of trees, we have no objection to that, and we will deal with that with urban forestry to make sure that we provide adequate amount of privacy screening for the adjacent properties. I think that answers all her questions there, and if committee has any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, are there questions for the applicant from anyone? If not, then I'll ask committee to bring forward a motion.
Maybe Chair, I'll start if that's okay. I just wanted to acknowledge the letters of concern that were written in. They seem to be concerned mostly about the tree and canopy cover. I think that the applicant and the agent has done a really good job of explaining what is happening, and I'm comforted by trees conditions 1 and 2 that would be imposed on this applicant. I think that the variances proposed are minor. I think the proposal fits well with neighborhood. It's a series of the neighborhood of large lots, large homes, and I think the plans appear to be in keeping with the neighborhood. And if that my colleagues agree, I'll put forward a motion to approve the application subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2.
I would second that, and also I will add the comment. I agree with Larry in terms, if you look at the variances, to me they're minor. The only thing sticks out is the FSI, but on the other hand, when I see there are no variance for any kind of setbacks, so I think that it probably the lot will accommodate this proposal, and I will support this motion.
Okay, I'm going to ask panel to hold on for a moment, and I apologize to panel. I may have jumped the gun. I want to check with the moderator to see if the second speaker that we were having difficulty connecting with has been able to establish contact.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, we're okay. They have not.
They have not. So
no.
We are clear. That speaker was not able to connect. So at this point, we have a motion to approve, seconded by Ms. Chan, motion by Mr. Clay. It is moved and seconded to approve the application. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And the motion is carried. The application is approved. Committee moves along to number 5, 93 Sheridan Avenue. Here we have before us applicant's materials, staff reports from community planning and urban forestry. Moderator, is the applicant with us? Good. Good morning.
This is Jeremiah Bennett.
Good morning, Jeremiah. Thank you. I'm going to ask my colleagues whether they'd like to have a presentation or whether they have any questions for you. Panel members? No presentation required. And by the looks of it, no questions. In that case, I'll look to the panel for a motion, please.
Sorry, I muted. Okay, I start over again. I gone through all the variances. To me, they are minor, and also I have no objection to any of the variances, and I'd like to move to approve, subject to forestry number 2 condition, and also the planning on the September 9th, planning report, that the elevation will be tied to the drawing submitted May 20th, 2020.
Let's just make sure that staff have that. Staff, do you have that? Okay. So motion to approve by Ms. Chan. Is there a second to that? Second, Mr. Reid. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor? Unanimously carried, and the application is approved. Committee moves on to application number 6. (386) Palmerston Boulevard. We are looking at applicant materials, staff reports from Engineering and Construction Services and from Urban Forestry, and a 7-signature petition in support of the application. So, let us see. Good morning. Ms. Evangelista, are you with us?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. I am. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please identify yourself by name.
Ida Evangelista.
Thank you.
On behalf of the owners of 386 Palmerston.
Thank you. Panel members? Panel members, no presentation required. Do you have any questions for the applicant's agent? Hearing none, I once again look to panel for a motion, please.
I'm happy to put forward a motion. There's only 2 variances and they're quite small, and I think are really kind of, the impacts of them are negated because of the width of this lot. It's a very wide lot, and so it has the ability to take this extra 2 meters of laneway suite. So I have no concerns about the impacts. So I move to approve subject to Development Engineering's conditions of February 7th and Urban Forestry condition number 2.
Thank you. Motion there put forward to approve by Mr. Reid. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Clay. So it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor? Motion is carried and the application is approved. Committee moves to 11 Coxwell Boulevard, application number 7. Here we are looking at applicant's materials, Urban Forestry report, and support in the form of 14 form letters signed by occupants of Coxwell Boulevard and O'Connor Drive and Barbara Crescent. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Marin Zabzuni. I am on behalf of the owners of 11 Coxwell Boulevard.
Thank you very much. Panel members. Panel members, no need for presentation. Thank you. Do we have questions for this applicant? No? Then, look to panel for a motion, please.
Yeah, Chair, I'm happy to move a motion. Just notice that I note that there are other similar new buildings on the street and in the neighborhood. This seems totally in keeping with going on in that neighborhood, and I think the variances are comparatively modest. I would move that we approve this application subject to urban forestry condition number 3.
Thank you. Seconded by Ms. Chan. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor? Carried unanimously, and the application is approved. Committee proceeds to application number 8. 238 South Kingsway. Committee has before it applicant's materials, planning rationale from Kate Harrison, the agent, and reports from TRCA, from community planning, from urban forestry, and another report from TRCA received February 10, 2020. Moderator, on this application, tell us, please, who the speakers will be.
Yeah, so we have the agent on the line, and then we also have one speaker in opposition.
One speaker in opposition, okay then. Good morning, applicant.
Good morning. My name is Kate Harrison. I'm the agent for 238 South Kingsway.
Thank you very much. We'll ask you to make your presentation on the application. You'll have 5 minutes, and that time starts now.
Thank you. This is an existing 8-unit residential building on the South Kingsway. It's very similar to existing multifamily residential buildings that are on the South Kingsway. One of the unique things about this site is that it's a TRCA regulated site. And if you refer to the drawing, one of the things that we had to go through in this process was extensive soils testing to determine that the big wonky line on the floor plans called the long-term stable toe of slope. And once we were working with the TRCA, we were able to determine that no new development would be supported west of this line. And so one of the reasons why we are asking for new development to the east, which is at the front of the building, is because we are not able to develop to the west. We were not allowed to add new parking. We're not allowed to add new garbage facilities. We had to negotiate with the TRCA in order to be able to allow us to have removable bike racks at the back. And only the existing gravel parking will be allowed to be maintained. One thing that they did allow us to do is that the existing fire exit at the back of the building is non-compliant with the Ontario Building Code, and we need to upgrade that in order to meet egress requirements. And they were supportive of that as long as we were at the absolute minimum possible in order to meet the OBC, that they would support that. So we are looking at modifying the existing units and also adding 2 new units in partial 3rd floor addition. And one of the reasons why we're adding a 3rd floor addition is to keep it within the roof line. And we're only allowed to develop towards the front, which is why we're having the 2 units towards the front. The other thing that the TRCA was supportive of was to allow us to tie into the existing stairwell on the west side from the 3rd floor, the proposed 3rd floor, partial 3rd floor, in order to make egress requirements. One of the front yard setback issues I know that was identified is a little bit odd because it's done through front yard setback averaging, and directly north of the property is a hydro transformer that's set extremely far back from the property line, and we're averaged against that and the adjacent neighbor to the south. So that's one of the reasons why we have such a large front yard setback. requirement that's actually partial the way through the existing building. We feel that our application, we've worked very hard with planning as well as the TRCA to redevelop the site with something that they feel that they could support. And we feel that the application is keeping with what is in the neighborhood already.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll proceed now to hear from the registered speaker in opposition.
Yes, that's Peter Reynes, and I believe he should be unmuted now.
Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair. First,
please identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Peter Reynes. I'm a resident on Armadale Avenue.
Very good. We are interested in your views. You have 5 minutes to present them, please.
Okay. Just before I get into that, I heard the applicant mention that the existing gravel parking was to be maintained, and I don't see that on the proposed site plan. I would have some questions about that if they had been shown on that proposed site plan. I think that's quite a serious, it should be shown there, and how far these spots are from the tree and so on. Okay, so I hope you will take notice of that and perhaps do something about that. Okay, as far as the application is concerned, my position on this application is that I oppose the parking variances requested in the application and ask the committee to reject specifically the variances numbers 7, 8, and 9. Now, the reason I've taken this position is that there are, and this is a little convoluted, but please bear with me. I've taken this position because there are only 8 parking spots in our block on Armadale for 22 houses. So to orient you here, the block I'm talking about begins at South Kingsway, and the entrance is basically kitty corner to 238. So whatever happens at 238 impacts us largely. So the deficiency in these parking spaces at 238 is going to result in the cars at 238 seeking parking elsewhere, and the 8 spots that are in front of that are on Armadale Avenue will be a logical place for them to go. I mean, where else can they go? They just simply don't have enough room. So what that means to the residents on Armadale Avenue is that we'll find it even more difficult to find vacant parking on the street. Now, I appreciate that this is public, these parking spots are public property, and anybody can park there. But at the same time, I believe it's quite important for apartments, and specifically 238, that they should carry their own parking weight. So, specifically, the deficiency is quite large. There are 12 spaces are required by the bylaws. Only 3 are provided by the application. And this is for 10 apartments. I don't think this is a minor thing. And I think it requires some rethinking and perhaps redesigning of what they do on this property. So That is my position, and I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments. Any questions of this speaker panel? Very good. Okay, then we shall now return to the applicant for rebuttal. And applicant, specifically, the issue I'd like you to address is the parking issue. 12 spots called for, only 3 spots provided. What impact will this have on the street?
Yes, we are aware of the parking deficiency, and we thank the caller for their concern. If you look at the existing property right now, there are, I'm going to guess 4 unofficial gravel parking spots at the front of the building. When speaking with urban planning, they very specifically said that no parking is allowed in the front yard. And so the areas that are existing gravel parking in the front of the building need to be removed. And one of the conditions from community planning was to have that tied to our landscape plan that would show soft landscaping at the front of the building. And it also allows us to protect the trees. We have been doing extensive work with the TRCA, an arborist, and RFP in order to make sure that all the trees on the site are maintained. And unfortunately, we would like to be able to add additional parking at the rear of the site, but we do not have the support of the TRCA or community planning in order to do so. And our hands are a bit tied with being able to meet this requirement.
Thank you. Panel members? This is your opportunity.
Can I just, Chair, could I just ask the applicant a question just in terms of the parking? So what is your client saying to residents about parking, that there are less spots available for more units?
Well, right now, that the parking spots, the thing that we like very much about this particular site is its proximity. It's about a 7-minute walk to the Jane TTC station. And we feel that this particular building will attract people who don't actually have vehicles. And right now, the adjacent site, for example, at 236 South Kingsway only has 2 parking spaces when they redevelop their building and put a full 3rd story onto their building. And this was one of the things that came up. And I appreciate that some of the residents feel that that won't be sufficient parking, but there are their ability to have extra bike parking if that's necessary.
Further questions of the applicant?
I have one question. Is there street parking on South Kingsway?
Yes, there is.
Okay, thanks.
And if there are no further questions, then I'll look to the panel for a motion, please.
I would jump in for motion approve because I think that the development we're adding 2 extra units. The design is pretty. It doesn't actually enlarge the building in footprint, and I think the design is actually with very sensitive, a lot of sensitivity, and the efficiency of parking is already existing. And I'm not sure how many more parking can accommodate on that very small site. And I think that the applicant is already working with the planning department and TRCA, and I think that they actually have the best to develop to add 2 more units. I'm in support of the application. Yep. Okay, I'm going to listen to the other two and then I will put a motion up.
Well, let's see if they have any comments, or maybe we can go to a motion.
No, I agree. I'm also convinced that I have this neighborhood and it is a very short walk to the subway, and we should be encouraging rental units in proximity to higher order transit. So I too would be supportive of this application.
Would you care to make a motion?
Okay, I make a motion for approval subject to the planning report condition that is tied to the site plan and landscape plan and elevation submitted on June 4th, 2020.
Thank you very much. Second? Second, Mr. Reed. It is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor? Unanimous vote carries the motion, and the application is approved. Committee moves on to number 9 on today's agenda, 246 Lippincott Street. And here we are dealing with materials submitted by the applicant. We have a report from Engineering and Construction, and there is a 13-signature petition in support, signed by owner-occupants on Lippincott Street. On this application, moderator, do we have a...
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we have the agent on the line, and then we also have one speaker in opposition.
Thank you. Good morning to you, agent.
Good morning. I'm Rhino Hoyer, the agent for the applicant.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
So we would like to hear your presentation, please. You have 5 minutes, and that starts now. Carry on.
We're seeking 2 small minor variances in regards to the landscape areas. In regards to compensate for that, we are willing to have permeable pavers for the parking area, and also compensate the flat part of the roof as a green roof to overcome the shortcomings. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay then, and we'll move to the next speaker.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Mr. David Kim, and he should be on the line.
Thank you, committee and Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me okay?
We do hear you. Please identify yourself by name.
This is David Kim. I am the resident at 663 Bathurst Street, which is across the laneway on the rear-facing side of 246 Lippincott, and also co-owner of both 663 and 659 Bathurst Street.
Good morning. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Please carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 2 significant concerns with the proposal, being the reasons for my opposition to the variance. One is the impact and the duration of the construction process. To provide some context, the laneway, being James Hales Lane, is already quite crowded with both semi-permanent and occasional impediments, with vehicles either double parking against existing garages and others parking temporarily throughout the day to visit local businesses. The laneway is narrow in several places, and it is very difficult to maneuver when there is two-way traffic. You'll also note that the laneway only has one entrance, being from Harbord Street on the north end of the laneway. The concern is based on experience with other construction projects within the laneway, including a previous project on the same property to construct the existing garage there. Specifically, the placement of the construction garbage bins and trucks in the laneway and the accessibility issues in the laneway that they created, as well as threats posed to both pedestrian safety and potential damage to vehicles because of the congestion within the laneway caused by that construction. This congestion, specifically the construction garbage bins and crew trucks, have historically made it difficult and at times impossible to access my own parking space and property with my vehicle. Likewise for other residents, being my tenants of both 663 and 659 Bathurst Street. The second and perhaps more significant concern, yes?
Mr. Kim, I should just note to you that the Committee of Adjustment has a very specific mandate, and what our mandate limits us to is to consider requests for minor variances that are put forward to us. This morning there are 2 minor variances we are requesting. You're referring to construction issues, and those are actually outside the mandate of the Committee of Adjustment to deal with. They are items that you would need to address to engineering and construction. Could we ask you about your second concern, please?
Yes, and thank you for that feedback. Again, second and perhaps more significant concern because of its permanence is around privacy. The construction of the proposed 2-story suite within the laneway removes the privacy that currently exists and is provided by the distance between the rear-facing walls and windows of the property at 246 Lippincott Street and the rear-facing walls and windows of 659 and 663 Bathurst Street. From what I'll call an eye test review of the proposed construction on site, I have concerns around the proximity of what would be the rear-facing wall and windows of the proposed 2-story suite to the rear-facing wall and windows of 663 Bathurst Street, in particular the impact that that proximity would have on the sightline and privacy, as the residents of the proposed 2-story suite would have a direct view into the backyards of both 663 and 659 Bathurst Street, and also into the rear or east-facing windows of both properties. Other residents of both properties, again being my tenants, also share my concerns. And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, we'll return to the applicant, and specifically applicant, the issue that I'll ask you to address is the privacy issue, which is a concern about possible overlook into backyards and rear windows on his properties created by your application.
I mean, there is, with the close distance between the entire neighborhood, there is existing overlooking from people's houses and backyards into several backyards as part of the neighborhood layout, if you want to call it, of the houses. So the laneway house will be actually set back from where the existing garage is now, so the distance actually is increased somewhat, and the we can install some privacy screens on the sides to block the windows facing into the backyards or skylights. So they are 2 skylights, so they're not really windows on the slope part, and the lower windows on the main floor. So we're open to address and mitigate with privacy screen.
Thank you very much. Okay, so a couple of things I've heard you talk about are permeable pavers to help mitigate the soft landscaping matters, and also privacy screens.
Yes.
Yes. We're just wondering where the privacy screens would be located in order to be effective.
Well,
any questions for this applicant, panel members?
Chair, just a quick one. The only 2 variances in front of us are soft landscaping. And I heard the applicant say that they were putting in permeable pavers to address that. If you added the permeable paver, I know it's not counted as landscaping, but if you added the permeable pavers to the calculation of soft landscaping percentage, do you have a sense of what you would be at?
I don't have an answer, but we'll probably be close to the requirement for the laneway part. Will probably be the requirements. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further thoughts, panel? Further questions?
No.
Okay, hearing none, we can take the application into committee for a motion, please.
I can just add a comment. We have looked into many laneway house application. This is one of the simplest one because we only have two variances in front of us, both is on soft landscaping. And I think these are minors, and I'm in support of the application.
So
yeah, I'd agree. And I think it is commendable that the applicant has designed this with so few variances. And I think putting forward the permeable paver option is a very positive addition to lessen the impact. So I move forward a motion to approve subject to the parking pad being constructed with permeable pavers and subject to development engineering conditions of their February 26th memo.
thank you, Mr. Reed. Motion by Mr. Reed. Is there a second? Second.
Yes, I second that.
Second, Ms. Chan. So it is moved and seconded to approve the application. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And the motion is carried. The application is approved. Committee next is looking at application number 1084, Old Forest Road. And on this application, we have applicant materials. We have transportation services, a report, another staff report from Urban Forestry, and one form letter in support. Moderator?
Yes, the
Good morning,
agent.
Mr. Chairman and members of committee. This is Janice Robinson of Goldberg Group. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Janice, you're with the committee now. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to just ask my panel members, my colleagues on the panel, whether they would like to have a presentation or whether their intent is to go to questions right away. Panel members? Any questions? Presentation not needed? Are there any questions?
Just a quick one, Chair. I wonder, there's a small variance for front yard landscaping, and I know that there's a proposal for a large circular drive, and I wonder what is the material you're proposing to use in that driveway?
Well, the site plan shows a variety of paving stones that show the part for the walkway and part on the edges, and then paving stones where the driveway is. And so there's different paving stones to create interest for the driveway.
Well, I just follow that. I just wonder if there's an opportunity to introduce some permeable pavers into that design.
There is, yes.
And that might actually get you past variance number 7. It might actually help you exceed that.
Well, there would still be the variance because that variance is as a result of the area of the driveway. Otherwise, the property does meet 75% soft landscaping on the landscaped area of the front yard. It's just that the front yard area is not landscaped. The overall landscaping figure requires the variance.
Right, but you'd be willing to introduce some more pavers into that?
Correct.
Great.
I have a question for the applicant. With respect to the west side yard setback, could you just explain the constraint, please, that puts you at a zero figure there in your minor variance request? So we have a 55-foot lot here.
Yes, that 0-meter setback relates to below-grade space only, being the pool equipment and change room space at the basement level. the side yard setback at grade is actually 1.5 meters, which is 0.3 meters more than the existing condition. And if you look, you can see the stairs at the rear that go down to the basement. So it's only those stairs. And that actually replicates the existing condition on the property next door, which has stairs down into their basement at the 0. That was the property next door at 88 that submitted a letter of support. So it's just below grade, those stairs going down to below grade, and in the basement level, the 2 rooms. If you look on the basement floor plan, it shows that. But otherwise, above grade, the setback is 1.5 meters.
That's very helpful.
Yeah.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
I have a question. I have 2 small questions.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Can you go to variance number 8? It described as the front yard the driveway must be the minimum of 3.2, and your driveway is already 3.67. Is it a mistake? Is it say maximum of 3.2? That's why you're seeking the variance?
Well, the bylaw has a maximum of a 3.2 meter.
It says minimum here on our,
right.
Go to number 8, yeah. It says minimum.
The proposal is to have a driveway width of 3.67 meters. And that's partially attributed to the walkway is included within it. If you look at the site plan shows how there's a walkway attachment, but that gets included in the width. So the proposed width is 3.67 meters. There, that shows it.
So quick question then, does that appear to be a typo in the application there?
Yeah.
It appears to be.
I think the way the requirement is stated might be that the variance is stated correctly as being a request for a 3.67 meter wide
Gotcha.
Width. And that width is shown. That width is shown at the top left-hand corner. Oh, I don't have a pointer. A lot of the driveway is 3.4 meters. If you look where it comes in from the street, it's 3.4 meters. It's where it curves at the top left corner of the curve on the property that it's 3.67. So it's not 3.67 through there it is. Where the hand is, that shows the 3.67. But most of it's 3.4.
So that's my question. If it's already exceeding the 3.2 minimum required, why do you need the variance?
Because it's proposed at a wider width, and then it ends up being wider when it goes around the curve to create the circular driveway shape.
Yeah, I think the issue here is that there appears to be, in the first sentence, there appears to be a typo. It should read a maximum of 3.2, I think, and then as you quite rightly state, your request is for 3.67 because that exceeds the maximum.
Right. Yes, it should say must be a maximum of 3.2
Yeah.
meters.
Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Yes,
that's the question. Okay. Can you go to variance number 9, please? And it is mentioned that this your proposal does not comply with clause 10, 5, 50, and 10. What is that? What's the clause?
So what that variance says is that there can be a circular driveway, just to boil it down to plain language, there can be a circular driveway if the front yard landscaping is complied with. Now, in this case, there is a variance for the front yard landscaping being 56% versus 60% required. I know that Transportation Services has no objection to the circular driveway, and also that the soft landscaping requirement is being met. So on that basis, I submit to you that the variance is considered minor in nature.
No, it's fine. I just want to know what the clause is.
Yeah, that's the clause.
Thank you.
Thank you. Committee, are we ready to move to a motion?
Sure, I'll start. I'm happy to move approval of this application. There's urban forestry conditions 1 and 2. And I don't believe there are any other conditions on this one, are there?
No, but are you going to amend the variance number 8 to maximum?
Yes, the correction's been made. It is maximum. And
Yeah.
was there a condition for permeable pavers or not?
Oh, yes.
If we can, I'd like to introduce the motion to add in permeable pavers, the circular driveway as well.
Very good. So a motion to approve, seconded Mr. Reed. It is approved and seconded to approve the application. All those in favor? And unanimous vote. The application is approved. Thank you. So at this stage, committee's been going for about 2.5 hours, and we do have a substantial agenda today. So I want to pace ourselves to allow panel members and staff to have reasonable breaks. So at this stage, I'm going to call a recess of 10 minutes until 10, just over 10, until 10 past 12. Committee will resume at 10 past 12. So we shall now resume our hearing, and we are beginning with number 11 on the morning agenda, 18 Standish Avenue. On this application, committee has before it applicant submissions, correspondence in concern from Mary Jackson, 31 Standish, and opposition correspondence from 11 residents of Standish, Douglas Drive, and Crawford Street, plus the North Rosedale Residents Association. Moderator, how many speakers do we appear to have registered and ready?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line, and then we also have 2 out of the 3 individuals speaking in opposition.
3.
We have 3 speaking in opposition, however, only 2 are connected.
Very good, okay. We are now afternoon. Good afternoon, applicant.
Mr. Chairman.
That was Jim. Yim, yes?
Yes, just before we start, I do not know whether that is the same for everybody. I received these plans. All the 4 plans are blank. There's nothing on them, just the outline of the building.
I beg your pardon.
I do not know.
Your transmission?
For this next
I do not know whether it's same for everybody else. All the 4 plans, it's just a square.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, some of our applicants are refusing to give floor plans, so you'll have to decide on whether or not you need that information.
Oh, it's the first time I've seen that. So thank you for explaining. All right.
Okay, thank you. And do we have Mehran Hedari?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of the committee. My name is Mehran Hedari, applicant and principal designer at the PMP Design Group.
Good afternoon to you. You'll have 5 minutes to present a presentation on your application. Please go ahead now.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity. So we have the opposition letters from the neighbors, and the result of the neighbors' opposition, the community sent the opposition letter as well, and all the concern is almost same. And I want to give the consideration of the Committee of Adjustment to the variances that they have a problem and a concern. So variance number 3, the sidewall height is 9.4 meter, and so if you look at the drawing, the height of the building is 9.64 meter and less than the bylaw, and we are not exceeding the maximum height of the building. We are not exceeding the maximum height of the building from established to the edge of the beam, and actually, if you look at the design, the height of the building is much lower than 969 meter, because it's just 1 point is there, and the difference is 1 meter. It means the maximum height of the building that can be up to the 9.69 and up to the 10 meter is right now is 8.69 meter. And the sidewall height that we have, it's because of the design style is a modern style, and we have the approved variances on the area more than 9.4 meter that we are requesting, 9.9 and 10.28. So I can tell you the exact address of those that is approved on the Committee of Adjustment before, and it's common in the decision of the Committee of Adjustment. So about the variance number 5, the length and the depth. So our original drawing, the depth was 22 meter, and based on the request from the staff, we changed the variance to 19.8 meter. That if you have the history of the approved application before, we have 19.8, 20.83, 21, 20.56, 20.85, that we are in the same category and actually less than other. And this is why the staff doesn't have any report and or concern. And the variance number 6 about the size, 0.78 times the GFA, that it's something similar. The approved variance, we have 0.89, 0.82, 0. And up to 0.94 actually. We are much lower than they approved. And the other variances is just minor. And for example, chimney breast variance number 1, the chimney breast just setback for the chimney breast is 0 meter. Or variance number 2 or variance number 8 is about just the architectural things that is not any problem for that one. And variance number 9 as well is a building design envelope and architectural elements that's approaching to the building, and this is why. And if there is any question, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I think we'll move on now to those speaking in opposition. And I see that we have 3 speakers in opposition. I'm going to, because of the weight of the agenda today and in the interest of pace, I'm going to ask these speakers to maintain a 3-minute limit. So, first speaker, good afternoon.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the first speaker is Jane Shapiro, and she should be online.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please identify yourself by name.
Yes, my name is Jane Shapiro. I wanted just to let you know that, in fact, there will only be 2 of us speaking. So maybe you'll give us a little tiny bit of leeway on that 3 minutes.
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
Perfect. Go ahead. Go ahead now.
Yeah. So again, my name is Jane Shapiro. I live at 22 Standish. I am the neighbor immediately to the north of 18, despite the numbers. You noted there are in fact 12 letters of objection that were submitted, despite the title. I want to take, just by way of context, that I appeared before the COA on another application 4 years ago. That was the property immediately on my other side. Again, an application submitted by an absentee owner for a very large house. I wanted to let you know that that application was, to our great relief, rejected by the Committee of Adjustment and by the OMB, and that ultimately a home was built entirely within the bylaws that is in keeping with the character and the scale of our 100-year-old neighborhood. We are very much hoping for the same outcome today for a number of reasons. First, I must say that the applicant submitted the application to the Committee of Adjustment on February the 6th of this year. At no time, at any time, but at no time since that happened has the owner been in contact with us in any way, has made no attempt to contact us. The first that we knew that this application had been submitted was when we got the notice from the Committee of Adjustment about 2 weeks ago. We also have seen, as you have noted, no interior plans whatsoever, so we have no ability to assess the intended use or the number of units even in this house. It is large enough to accommodate a number, and we have no idea whatsoever. I want to provide a few particular comments, but I did want to note first that we have had a letter of support from our councillor, Mike Layton. He apologizes for the fact that he was unable to get it to you in time for your review, and he was unable to be here this morning. But 13 residents contacted him directly, and he had an opportunity to assess the NNRA submission. and he wants you to know that he supports the residents, he supports the NRRA submission, and he's requesting that you deny this application. In terms of specific variances, I have to say that I do not understand at all the differences that were explained to you by the applicant a few moments ago, because they seem to be different than the ones that were submitted for variance, and I simply don't understand. I don't understand that. And if there are differences, we've had no opportunity to review them. The variances that were submitted to you exceed the zoning bylaws in almost every exterior dimension in ways that are mostly so extravagant that they cannot be construed as either individually or collectively minor, or in keeping with the purpose of the zoning bylaws for our neighborhood or the official plan. In terms of the width, it is a minor variance, I will admit, but I do not understand why the design could not be accommodated by the actual property it is on, and why it was necessary for the chimney breast to actually overhang my driveway. I think with any kind of thoughtfulness, the plan ought to have been able to accommodate that within the property. With regard to the height, the structure will tower over mine and others that are adjacent by as much as 1 meter by the variance requested on my side, and by 2 meters on for my neighbors on the other side. Because we have no drawings, we are unable to understand what this means or why, but we also have no way of showing the height of their plan in relationship to our homes. We have no relative understanding. So I'm unable, for instance, to understand whether the variance requested is 1 meter from the peak of my third floor attic space or from the level of my second floor living space. If it is the former, from the peak of my attic space, then the structure will be all that much more, probably another meter higher than my home, and will dwarf it completely. With regard to depth, the request that is before you for variance would make that home almost exactly twice the length of my home, So we'll extend virtually through at least 3/4 of my backyard. And because it is being built right on the property line, it means that I will have a solid, very tall wall that extends almost the entire length of my backyard, depriving me of light, I believe, in my south windows and backyard, and all of the neighbors in adjacent properties, at least on 3 sides, of the privacy of their backyards.
Ms. Shapiro, I have given you a full 5 minutes. You'll have to make your summary now, please.
Okay, my summary is that all of this is critically important to me, to my neighbors. I have made great investment in creating green space, as have my neighbors in my backyard. It's a private green space from trees and shrubs and hedges. This house will have does not appear to have space for any green space whatsoever in their property. I think this is a terrible precedent for the neighborhood, and I would ask you to reject this proposal as it stands.
Your allotted time is now up. Thank you. Are there, panel, any questions for this speaker? Hearing none, we'll move to the next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Mr. David Reed, and he should be on the line.
Can you hear me?
We do hear you, David. Give us your name. Please identify yourself by name, please.
So my name is David Reed. My wife and I reside at 14 Standish Avenue, next door to the south of 18 Standish.
Next door, you are directly next door. There's no 16.
There's no 16. It's an oddity.
Okay. Very good. You'll have 5 minutes also, starting now.
Thank you. So we've lived on the street since 1984 and observed many renovations and rebuilt homes over the years. Most owners have done their utmost to maintain the character of our more than 100-year-old street. My neighbors to the south, for example, Simon Lockie and Jean-Pierre Bauer, who both submitted letters to the committee, worked conscientiously to preserve the architectural integrity of our neighborhood when they bought their houses. Rather than faster, cheaper teardowns and rebuilds, they renovated and restored homes to complement the original structures. This is definitely not the case of 18 Standish Avenue, as you can see from the submitted design and photographs included in letters of opposition to this committee. There is nothing minor about the minor variances proposed by the absentee owners of 18 Standish. The current bylaw states that the maximum permitted height of all side exterior main walls is 7.5 meters. The applicant's plan requests a variance of 9.4 meters on the south property line, which is almost 2 meters more than the bylaw allows. The maximum permitted depth of a detached house, according to the bylaw, is 17 meters. However, the proposed plan is for 19.8 meters, nearly 3 meters beyond what the maximum allows, and it'll extend the house 4.5 meters past the back of our house. It'll tower over our home and loom over most of our backyard, and it's also a flagrant disregard for zoning bylaws. After the previous owner of 18 Standish Avenue died and the property was sold to the applicants here, one of the first things they did without the required permits was to chop down several mature cedars and hack limbs from others in both the front and backyards. These were beautiful old trees that provided both shade and privacy. And I worry that the few remaining cedars on their property will meet the same fate given the owner's history of ignoring the city's explicit private tree bylaw and required permits. Since these new owners purchased the house, they've never made any attempt to communicate with us. Less than a year ago, we had to track down their phone number after we stopped surveyors from entering our backyard without permission. On the phone, the owner told us that she was very pleased with the current tenants and were just doing the survey to have it on hand, but had no intention of doing anything further to the house. In fact, the first time we heard of this plan to tear down and put up a new structure was when we received the notice from the Committee of Adjustment. The failure of the applicants to communicate with the neighbors and to deliberately conceal their intention deepens our worry for the construction plan to come. They haven't even included floor plans with their submitted proposal. This so-called minor variance application trespasses well beyond established bylaws. It also raises the question of whether this sets a precedent for other house rebuilds that don't comply with the city's regulations. And if the City of Toronto is committed to limiting construction excesses of monster homes and heritage residential neighborhoods, a plan such as this one really must be reconceived. We hope that the Committee of Adjustment will reject this plan and request that the owners propose a construction that complies with both the spirit and the letter of city bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
And that would relate to the depth of the house. You're right next door. So could you tell me, please, how the depth of the proposal would impact your use and enjoyment of your property?
Well, it's the house that they're proposing is 4.5 meters beyond the end of our house. There used to be cedar trees on their property, which provided shade and privacy, but several of those trees were chopped down soon after. So not only will the building itself loom over whatever patio space we have, and I've spent a lot of time in my backyard gardening, and it will also in every aesthetic way and in every sense of all the effort we've put into our house, it just seems unnecessary for them to do this I mean, it's even worse for Jane, who just spoke, because she'll have no light at all. I at least will still have some light on the south.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for that. Panel members, other panel members, anyone wishing to put a question to this speaker?
I have a quick one.
Go ahead.
I have a quick one. I just like to know when you said that some trees have been removed. When did it happen?
Shortly after, so the previous owner died 4 years ago. And the current applicants began to do to make changes in the interior of the house shortly thereafter. And once they finished with the house, they ended up doing, I guess, landscaping improvements. They chopped down 2 mature, you can see it from the photographs that have been submitted, 2 cedars in the front of the house. And I think the 1 cedar that they've left, they hacked off half the limbs from the bottom up. And in the backyard, there were 2 or 3 cedars at the west end of their property, which were cut down, and 1 or 2 cedars on the south side, adjoining just over my fence, that were also chopped down. And Jane asked them, did they have a permit? You have to stop doing this. Do you have a permit? And then they stopped.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll now go back to the applicant for his opportunity to rebut. And applicant, you're going to be dealing, your issues I'd like you to focus on are those raised by the 2 speakers, the height of your proposed dwelling, and the impact its depth will have on adjoining properties, and also the general comment from the speakers that it's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Please, you have 5 minutes to make your rebuttal.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the presentation by the neighbors. And the number 22 about the refusal of the application, the same state by the OMB, the application that was much complicated and severe, the application, and it wasn't minor, and it's refused. And as you see, we followed the request of the staff about the links, and it was the only issue that they have as a planner and the expert body of the city. It means our application is the criteria of the minor, and it's not exceeding the expectation of the development body of the city. And if there is any new, I agree that we didn't provide the information of the interior because we didn't want the interior design in the public exposure before the construction, and this is why. And there is no extra unit in the building, as the city examiner didn't mention about the secondary unit or basement unit in this building. And the height is not our variance, and we don't have a height variance. The only variances that we have is the sidewall height. And if you look at the elevation that you are showing right now, is a small portion of the building height is higher than the zoning, and it's just because of the architectural element. We don't have any window, we don't have any, and it's not affecting the building. And if you look at if you consider this traditional slope and pitch roof, the height is 1.5 meter more than what we provide here. So it means we are in the body of the zoning bylaw system and envelope. So the length is not twice, first of all, and so we are just almost 20 foot more than the neighbors, and the neighbors, number 22 is the old house, and we cannot deal with the length of the old house that is gonna be developed in the future with the same reason. And about the concern of the number 14 on the south, so as I explained, the application is a minor and is not exceeding the expectation of the experts body of the city, and they just has concern about the length. and the sidewalk is just 1.9 meter higher than the bylaw. It's not 2.5 meter first of all, and as I explained, it's just a small portion of the wall. It's not whole building height, and we don't have the height variances. And as I saw their objection letters, and I got that the neighbors has concern about the trees that is removed, I talked with the owner, and the owner mentioned that they didn't remove any tree. Just one tree is removed that was in the connection with the neighbors at the property line, and they both agreed to remove that one. And the other trees that they are talking is just trimmed by the owner, and nothing is removed. And the trees that they are talking is less than 30 centimeter. That is, it's not in the criteria of the permit procedure, but again, it's not removed. And I just want to have the consideration of the Committee of Adjustment that for the design aspect of my design, you know, the city needs development, and the city is alive, and we need to improve the new design look, and the movement is going to be paid by the owner, because the new construction, the different construction has more cost for the builders and for the owners. And I believe the city has to contribute in this movement, and the Committee of Adjustment as a body of decision making is the edge of this matter. And I'm as a designer, and I think about my children and next generation as well. They're gonna walk in this street, and they need a different way of the satisfaction. And it's our responsibility to address their concern as well. I'm sure the opposition are respectful, but I'm sure as well that their children and the next generation should be respected and addressed.
You'll need to make you'll need to make your summary now, please.
Okay, so to prove my point is the highest and the fastest sales on the new houses in the market is the flat roof and the modern design. And zoning bylaw is much behind of public concern and interest. So this is something that I expect the Committee of Adjustment to consider, not just the current neighborhood and the future and the new generation.
The allotted time is now up. Thank you. Committee members, any questions for this applicant? Yes,
yes, I do have a question. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have a question about variances 7, 8, and 9. And I agree that what you're asking for is small increase, but because they're small, why can't you comply? Because like number 7 is only 4 inches if you can move back, and number 8 if you move back 6 inches, and number 9 also if you move back 4 inches. All those variants can be eliminated. How come you cannot comply, please?
Yeah, so you're right. Actually, this is something that we got from the zoning examiner. We didn't consider that is gonna be a variance. So we didn't want to change the zoning notice. So for this reason, this is here. And definitely, yeah, we can remove variance number 7 and variance number 9. You are right. It's not any problem for us as a design. But we didn't apply with the waiver. This is the zoning notice, and this is the zoning examiner concern that it's on the variance. So we can remove, and I can change the variance and remove number 7 and 9.
I'm afraid that we can't make revisions here on the floor that will actually change the nature of the submitted drawings. So let's be careful about that discussion, please.
Are you done? Yeah. I wonder if I could just ask the agent to let us know the extent and nature of consultation that they did with the neighbors and surrounding folks.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you clearly.
I wonder if you could just summarize for us the nature, extent of consultation you undertook the surrounding neighbors.
Yeah, so actually this is what I asked the owner, because the owner gonna live here, and I asked them to talk with the neighbors, and because of the history of the trees that the renovation that they did, and they believe that they're gonna have the hard time with getting the consultation with the neighbors. So, and they didn't, and actually it was my responsibility to go and talk with them, and the neighbors didn't, the owners didn't authorize me to go and talk with the neighbors.
So there was no consultation. Chair, could I just ask if the owner of number 20, she's still on the line? Can I just ask whether there was any consultation by the owner or agent?
I think Mr. Kidd would have to get that.
Through you,
Go back on the line.
No, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. There's no, was it 22 Standish or 14 Standish?
I think it was, well, 22, I think was the first speaker, wasn't she?
Yes.
I'm sad. I just want to confirm the extent. It sounds like there was no consultation. I just want to confirm that.
We're going to see if we can connect with.
Confirmed, yeah. I can confirm there is no consultation between the owner and or me.
There's the answer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions of the applicant? In that case, let's take the application into committee for a decision.
Okay, I will start. I also looking to this application. I think the problem is communication, even to us. And I find that some of the variances as I look is very, very minor. If they give us some floor plans, we'll see that maybe it's very easy to sort of string your living room by 4 inches, and things will probably work better for the site. But also, it's a matter of fairness to the neighbors. If you're building a brand new house, this is brand new, it's not existing, right? With renovation, you do not provide floor plans, and you do not communicate with them. And I do not think that it will work very well for even our committee or the community to have proposal put forth like this. And I still do not know what the floor plan, it says it's a house. We do not know whether it's a duplex or whether it is, I do not know, work and live. It's very little information that we feel comfortable to even have one.
Thank you.
May I answer you?
I'm sorry. No, we are now in committee. We are in committee now, which means that discussion has ended, and that is and the questions and so on review. The committee now is in committee dealing with a decision on the application. Other committee members wishing to comment or move to a motion?
Yeah, I'll just share my thoughts on this one. I think when we see these kinds of applications, they benefit from extensive discussions with neighbors, particularly those who are directly impacted. And I think in this case, the classic example of an application that hasn't had that consultation and it gets this kind of reaction. I think Jim's right. I mean, it seems to me there may be an opportunity. I think the first speaker even indicated that there may be an opportunity to discuss it, that there's a path forward development there that would be more in keep with the community. I did have the opportunity to look around in that neighborhood, and there is a lot of renovation and construction, but it would appear to me that a lot of it is thoughtfully done and done in keeping with the architecture and the nature of the neighborhood. So I think this might be one where it would have benefited from more discussion and perhaps could in the future if the proponent was to get together with the neighborhood and come up with a reasonable option.
Yes. I'll just remind the committee members we are dealing with the variances as they stand before us, and some are minor and others are arguably not minor at all. So let's remember the consultation issue I hear as well, but it's the heightened depth. In my view, it's the heightened depth variances that make a red light go on and concern me. Mr. Reid, anything?
No, I'd agree with what my colleagues have said. But at the same time, looking just at the variances themselves, the only one that really concerned me was the depth. And I think the depth compared to houses immediately adjacent, but also throughout the neighborhood, I think that, for me, is what pushes it over the edge as being unacceptable in terms of impacts. So I'm happy to move a motion to refuse the application.
Motion by Mr. Reid to refuse. Is there a seconder for that motion? Second. Second by Mr. Clay. It is moved and seconded to refuse the application. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And unanimously carried, the application is refused. Thank you. We move on to application number 12, number 1, Coleridge Avenue. And here we have the applicant's materials to deal with before us. We also have supporting material from Leo Mastandrea, which includes a number of previous Committee of Adjustment decisions, going back as far as 2008. We have reports from Urban Forestry and from TTC. We have one form letter in support. And we have correspondence in concern from Carla Terry and Lynn Green at 3 Coleridge Avenue, which I assume is right next door. So, moderator, we do have a speaker in opposition?
Yes. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The agent is on the line, and then we have one individual speaking in opposition.
Thank you. All right, then. Good afternoon to you, agent.
Yes, good afternoon.
Would you identify yourself by name, please?
My name is Leo Mastandrea. I'm the agent for the owners at 1 Coleridge.
Very good. You'll have 5 minutes to present your application to the committee, and that starts now.
First I'd like to talk about we were in negotiations with the neighbors to construct exactly the same thing on the other side of the semi. Unfortunately, that didn't fall through because of financial reasons. So my client actually purchased number 3. So the concerns are no longer applicable because my client just now owns both properties. So we're intending to do the exact same design on both properties so that there won't be any inconsistencies with the streetscape. As far as the variances are concerned, we could, starting with number 1, I believe it's minor in nature, but we could remove it if it's a concern. And as well as number 2, which is also an existing condition. Number 3, 4, and 5 are all existing conditions. And number 8 and 9 as well are existing conditions. As far as the coverage is concerned, if we were to remove the garage, which is existing, and keep in mind that the garage is saying that it's a new garage, but in actual fact, we're just replacing what's there. And because we're removing the walls and putting it back in its the same location, that's why these variances arise. As far as the coverage is concerned, we have examples of similar coverages on the street and in the area, as well as the floor area index. And I believe now that we've purchased the property at number 3, we will now proceed to move ahead to make them identical so there won't be any mismatching in streetscape. I believe this is areas in need of revitalization, and it would be good for the community as well. If there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them, but based on my photos and my submissions, I feel that these variances are all minor in nature and are appropriate and do meet the 4 tests.
Thank you very much. Let's go on then to the one speaker in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker in opposition was on the line, but she's no longer on the line. I don't know if you'd like me to give her a call again, give that a try.
Please do that. We'll just hang on for a moment. Yep.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please identify yourself by name, please?
Yes, Carla Green, owner of 3 Coleridge.
Okay, Carla, good afternoon. The committee does want to hear your views, and you may wish to address a statement made by the applicant that the owners of number 1 have also purchased number 3 Coleridge. You may wish to address that. We'd be interested. Please go ahead.
Yes, that transpired within the past day or two. They have purchased my property, firm offer, and the offer has been finalized. So I believe they are intending to complete a similar renovation on this side of the property, and I would like to withdraw my objection.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your call. Thanks for calling in. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right then. So, committee, are there any questions for the applicant from committee members? No? In that case, I think we can take the... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a question, not to the applicant, but to maybe Anita. I read this TTC asking for technical review for any kind of development. So in that case, since they have the jurisdiction to ask for the review, do we need to include that as a condition if they're making a decision?
We advise the applicants that TTC would like them to engage in that activity, but it's not been included as a condition.
Okay, so we do not need to. Okay.
So as far as I understand, if we were to move to approve, urban forestry does apply, but we would not include TTC as a condition of approval. So in that case, committee, we take it into committee and maybe go straight to a motion.
I'm happy to move a motion. I think that the variances are all quite minor, and many of them are existing conditions. And particularly, this is within a stone's throw of a subway, so any kind of densification in these immediate areas is necessary. So I move to approve, subject to urban forestry condition 1 and 2.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Mr. Reid. Is there a second? Second, Ms. Chan. It is moved and seconded to approve the application subject to urban forestry. All those in favor? Show of hands, please. Unanimous. Carrying of the motion, and the application is approved. Committee now moves on to application 13, 402, and 404, Roncesvalles. Here we have applicant materials to consider, plus correspondence in support from 415, Roncesvalles.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the agent Paul Raff is on the line.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hello. Please identify yourself by name.
This is Paul Raff.
Thank you, Paul. Paul, I'm just going to ask my colleagues on the committee panel whether they wish to hear a presentation or whether they have any questions for you.
Okay.
No presentation required. Any questions?
Oh, I just have a very quick one. I just would like to know that there's no expansion of the the building itself, except that the building area well for light, right?
I think that's to me to answer. The question is, there's no expansion of the existing building. There's no expansion of the building footprint. Yes, there is the addition of a light well. We're also providing a stair access to the roof. It does not trigger any zoning variances, but that is a small addition on the roof. And there is a very small addition on the back to allow for an emergency exit stair.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Paul, I have a question for you. I look at the configuration there of sidewalk, bike lane, streetcar. What is the plan for the delivery of children to the daycare? Please elaborate.
Well, as you know, daycares normally serve the community in which they sit, so most people will bring their children to drop off and pick up from daycare by foot. There is stroller parking allowed inside the facility, and to answer your question more specifically, there is an existing legal 10-minute parking drop-off area on Howard Park Avenue. We're just 3 or 4 doors to the south. It's already in existence. It's allowed for a 10-minute drop-off and pickup zone on the same block.
Okay, how many, is that just one space or how many spaces?
For the drop-off zone?
On Howard Park, yes.
It's actually so long, I don't know where it ends. It extends sort of the length of that schoolyard.
Ah, okay. So there's, for those parents who do drive, there is a place to park without congesting Roncesvalles itself.
Correct.
And that park on Howard Park, is that does the daycare have permission to use that, or what's the nature of that parking? It's street parking, I assume, with a 10-minute limit?
Yeah, it's legal city street parking.
Okay. Thank you very much. Panel, any questions for this speaker? Any further? No. In that case, let's take it into committee.
Are we ready for motion? Yeah.
Please.
If we're ready, I'd like to move for approval. And I think this is a good development, and maybe it's a very good addition to the neighborhood.
Move to approve by Ms. Chan. Second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Clay. It is moved and seconded to approve the application. All those in favor? Unanimous carrying of the motion, and the application is approved. Next, we deal with number 14, 210 Balmoral Avenue. On this application, we have committee materials submitted by the applicant. We have a covering letter from the agent, Stuart Watson. There is an urban forestry report. And moderator, who do we have online?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent, and we also have one speaker in opposition.
Thank you. Okay. So, good afternoon to you, agent.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Could you identify yourself by name, please?
Yes, this is Maggie Bassanian here on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you very much. You now have 5 minutes to address your comments and application to the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The variances before the committee today are to facilitate a new two-story detached dwelling. Variances 1 and 2 address the length and depth of the dwelling. Connected to the two-story house, which you can see on the site plan drawing, is a one-story covered patio at the rear of the property on the west side, which is connected to the house. And it is this one-story covered patio structure, as well as a portion of the basement, that increases the length and depth of the dwelling to 23.46 meters. The two-story house itself above grade is 18.92 meters. So the two-story structure is only 1.92 meters beyond the current bylaw permissions. So I point that out to emphasize that it is not the entire two-story house that has a length of 23.46 meters. I would also highlight that this proposed cover patio, which you can see outlined in magenta there on your screen, that patio extends to the same distance as the existing garage in the property next door at 212 Balmoral. And so that structure does not extend past the garage in an attempt to line up those structures. And I would note for the committee that there was a clerical correction made by the Deputy Secretary Treasurer that for variances 1 and 2, the reference to 23.46 meters applies to both the basement and the ground floor, which I believe the moderator had previously presented the revised agenda on the screen. However, the zoning review and the drawings that were submitted with the application had always shown that both the 23.46 meter length applied to both the basement as well as the ground floor. Variance 3 is requesting a very minor increase to FSI from 0.6 to 0.61. Variances 4 and 7 address the west side yard setback. And this is specific to dealing with the setback for the covered patio, and as well as that portion of the basement that you see highlighted in green there. So this 0 meter setback request does not apply again to the entire two-story structure. It's only for that portion of the covered patio and the basement. The rest of the two-story house on the west side maintains a 1.33 meter setback, which is beyond what the bylaw requires in this instance. I would note that again, where it abuts and the lot line at a 0 meter setback, it again mimics the condition on the other side of the lot line at 212 Balmoral, and that was a deliberate, intentional design to mitigate any impact and avoid any adverse impact on our neighbors. So there is an alignment there. And then finally, two more. Variance 5 deals with height. And this is what I would characterize as a technical variance. The bylaw permits a height of 7.2 meters for flat roof buildings, and we are requesting a height of 7.75, so a little over half a meter in height. And the reason that this extra half meter is required is because of how established grade is calculated on the property. There is a slight slope towards the street, and so as a result, the established grade is half a meter lower than the ground floor height of the house. I would also note for the committee that the existing building on the property is actually about 10.7 meters, and it's a 3-story building, and what we're proposing is actually to decrease the overall height of the dwelling.
Speaker, I'll ask you to make your summary now, please.
Sure, certainly. With respect to variance number 6, we are proposing an increase to the size of the terrace. But you can see on the 2nd-story plan, we are proposing a privacy screen on the west side as well as some soft landscaping to mitigate any privacy concerns. And that was a subject of discussion between my client's architect and city staff. And it is our understanding that city staff are satisfied with that arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now move to person speaking in concern or opposition. Good afternoon.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. That speaker is Mr. Garen Hellman. Mr. Hellman, you should be online and unmuted. Can you try?
Good afternoon.
Try speaking into your microphone. Okay, Mr. Hellman, I'm going to mute you, and then we're going to try giving you a call on the phone number we have here.
Hello?
Good afternoon. Please identify.
Hi, it's Garen.
Please identify yourself by name.
Garen Hellman?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Hellman. We're getting a bit of an echo coming through on your end. If you don't mind turning down the volume on whatever other device you're playing the hearing on.
Okay, that should be better now. Yeah, no, my questions that I had were addressed in the presentation. Thank you for the call.
No, you have nothing further to add?
No, sir.
Thank you very much for calling in. Appreciate it. Very good. So we now go back to the panel members. And panel members, any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, we can take the application into committee for a motion.
We're going to start. Actually, the only question I had was the ground floor length, since I think it's been addressed by the revised agenda and the presentation. So I'm okay with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and make a motion. I think this is a reasonable proposal for a new build and quite restrained, actually. And I think, yeah, as Yim mentioned, the depth was my concern, but I think it's pretty well addressed, and it's with limited or no incremental impact. So I move to approve, subject to urban forestry 1 and 2.
Thank you very much. Motion to approve by Mr. Reid. Second for that, Ms. Chen. So it is moved and seconded to approve with subject to urban forestry. All those in favor, show of hands. Carried unanimously. The application is approved. And panel moves to 87 Kenilworth Ave, application number 15. Here we are dealing with applicant materials. a list of similar minor variance approvals on Kenilworth. We have staff reports from Community Planning and Urban Forestry. And moderator, I understand there is someone speaking in opposition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe there was a last-minute change. They are no longer speaking on this application. So it's just the applicant.
Just the applicant, thank you. Okay, then applicant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sean Tusi. I'm the office principal at Meemar Architects, Inc., representing the owner and presenting to you today.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tusi, I'm going to ask my fellow panel members whether they would like you to make a presentation or whether they simply have questions for you. Panel?
Sure.
Panel members, there's no one speaking in opposition. Any questions for the applicant? Apparently none. That
Maybe, Chair, just quickly, I wonder if I can just ask the agent whether he's seen the planning work?
Of course.
For you, Mr. Yes.
Do you mind repeating the question, Mr.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just wondering if you've had a chance to view the city planning report.
For you, Mr. Chair, yes, I have reviewed the planning staff, and my understanding is that they have no opposition to the proposal because we worked very, very closely to them. We've changed the design multiple times. We worked with neighbors, we worked with planning, urban forestry. So the proposal you have has been all the stakeholders involved for almost a year, and we're all happy, to my understanding.
Very good. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the second condition in the planning report, I think, is a refusal of variance number 6 with respect to the width of the parking space. And I think they're asking that it be landscaped, which changes the landscape variance outlined in number 8.
We are fine with that. I believe, if I may, Mr. Chair, through you.
Go ahead.
Just elaborate.
Please.
So through our discussion, we agreed that what we will do, we'll use a kind of a paving for the parking section where the car will park, that it would be not only permeable, it also will be able to grow vegetations, especially in the parts that the car is not parked, somewhat in the middle. And the idea was to mitigate that that amount of landscape that we have been that we might lose under number 8, which is a soft landscaping. And we're completely fine with that. The planning even asked us to send them in writing, confirm with them. So we're absolutely fine with that, and that's how we're going to end up addressing it. We'll be using a special sort of paving that will permit growth of soft landscaping.
So through you, Mr. Chair, then it's variance number 6 still required?
Yes,
in
through
terms
you, Mr. Chair, yes.
In terms of the width, you still need 3.03 if you're only going to be using 2.5 meters?
We could change that to 2.5 meter. We're fine because, like, that's for us. If you see fit, Madam Chair, through you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Secretary, if we can change the number 6 instead of 3.03, we can change it to 2.5.
Right.
We're fine with it. What I'm trying to say, we're fine with the conditions of planning should you decide to approve the application.
But the permitted width is 3.2. Planning's asking for 2.5.
We are okay with that condition.
So that would involve changing variance 6 to read the parking space will measure 5.3 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width?
Yes, and we're fine with that.
Then it's not a variance for the width.
No, it says a minimum width of 3.02. So 2.5 is 2.5 not 0.7 too narrow?
Yes, we still need the variance. Through you, Mr. Chair, we still need the variance. We're just changing that from 3.03 to 2.5 to satisfy the condition of planning. But we do need the variance number 6 because it is less than what the bylaw requires.
Yes.
Okay, so the bylaw states that the parking space must have a minimum width of 3.2 meters. I think we've just successfully made it even narrower, have we not? Yeah, so I don't want to do that. We don't want to make the variance more acute. So I think we should just, I don't see what planning is on about, and I put it to members that perhaps we don't go by what planning is indicating, because it actually makes the variance more difficult. With me, panel members?
So, Chair, is I guess planning staff's objective to try the driveway at appropriate width, what the bylaw would state? And I'm confused, a little bit confused what staff are actually
I am too.
suggesting. The bylaw would normally have a requirement of a width of 3.2 meters, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Minimum.
A minimum.
A minimum of 3.2. The applicant is, I think, suggesting that
The applicant's wanting 3.03, and then planning is asking for it to be even narrower.
2.5.
At 2.5.
Which I don't understand the planning.
And then I'm not sure how that ties in with their first condition, which is to tie it to plans. And the plans currently don't show 2.5 width on the driveway. So I don't know if you just want to say that the driveway be constructed with water permeable pavers to the satisfaction of the director of planning, and then they can sort it out.
That sounds.
I can add an explanation, Mr. Chair, if needed. I can clear it why that doesn't make sense. If that's okay, I can very quickly explain.
Please explain.
So in our agreement, they wanted this special kind of paving that you can grow grass, which is different from permeable. But they wanted at least, like, from that 3.03, they want at least half a meter of that to be like this, to reduce the impact of that standing car. But to my understanding, the zoning does not consider that as a, like, the zoning has to decide, it's either a driveway or it's a landscape. So for them, in order for this to work and the zoning examiner gets satisfied, it has to stay at 3.03.
So through you, Mr. Chair, right, so the condition should actually say 2.5 of the 3.03 meter width shall be constructed with permeable paving.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
That sounds better.
All right. Well, we could.
I just said that the 3.03 meter wide driveway and parking pad shall be constructed with water permeable pavers to a maximum width of 2.5 meters, and the remainder of the yard shall be installed with soft landscaping to the satisfaction of the Director of Community Planning, City Planning, Toronto and East York District. Just
sounds like, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, it sounds like an elegant solution. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. That was great, actually.
Very good. Okay, at this point, we'll take the application into committee. So committee members, I think we're ready for a motion. Are we ready for a motion at this stage? Any comments or a motion?
Oh, I'm okay with the proposal, and I'm ready for move a motion for approval with urban forestry condition 1 and 2, and with the planning report conditions that as revised or given by Anita.
Okay. Staff, do we have that? Do we have the motion down? Okay. Okay, motion to approve, seconded by Mr. Reed. So it is moved and seconded to approve the application. All those in favor, show of hands. Unanimously carried, motion or the application is approved. And we move to number 16, 1 Roof Garden Lane. Here the committee is looking at the applicant's materials, a planning rationale from Joshua Butcher, and we have a report from TDC. Nobody is. So, moderator, do we have the speaker with us? Good afternoon, Mr. Butcher, Joshua Butcher.
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Joshua Butcher, and I'm a planner with Bousfields, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to check with my fellow panel members whether they'd like a presentation. Panel members, presentation needed? No. Any questions for Mr. Butcher?
It's just a very small question for the statement that the roof will be enhanced. What kind of what are you going to do on the roof besides bringing the elevator shaft up there?
Yeah, so there's an existing kind of rooftop patio garden area that when it was a dwelling, the owners used. And because the new owners are looking to convert it back to a commercial building, they need to make it properly accessible. They're putting in a new elevator. And so that's a new elevator vestibule. And then they're going to enhance that kind of outdoor patio garden area, so it'll be kind of like a flexible outdoor workspace for the people there. But all of that patio work we don't need any variances for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have a question for you, Mr. Butcher. You're going back to a non-residential use. Can you give us some insight as to what that residential use is expected to be, non-residential use?
Yeah, it's going to be an office. So the owners have a kind of small consulting business. They do business consulting, and they've been looking for a space in the area that's near their home. And so they are going to be converting it back to an office use. It was built in 1913, that structure, and has historically been a non-residential building. And then in 2007, it was converted by the previous owners into a residential use. And so the new owners, when they purchased it in 2018, are looking to convert it back into a non-res for their office.
Gotcha. And so as an office use, do you expect infrequent delivery trucks coming to the site? Or will
yeah, because there's only a few employees, they currently do all of their servicing themselves, their paper, their food, anything that they get delivered, they kind of do it themselves anyways. So the deliveries that they anticipate are quite infrequent. And in that laneway, the east-west laneway, it's actually quite wide, and garbage delivery collection, for the buildings that front onto Queen use that, as do all the other buildings in that lane. And so it currently functions appropriately today. And so it's assumed that deliveries can either go in through the garage as they've always done, and any delivery trucks can appropriately stop there if they needed to.
Thank you. Further questions of the applicant? No. All right, then let's go into committee and move to a motion, please.
I'll move a motion. I think this is... Wait, go ahead, Larry.
No, Peter, you go ahead.
I think this is a good and interesting reuse of a building, super close to a subway, that will have zero impacts on the adjacent properties. So I move to approve with no conditions.
Thank you. Second?
I'll second that. I entirely agree with Peter.
It is moved and seconded by Mr. Clay to approve the application. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. The application is approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And number 17, 218 Lippincott. Here we have applicant materials to look at. A letter provided to the tenant at 218. We have a list of previous related minor variance approvals by Committee of Adjustment dating back as far as 2011. We have a report from Community Planning. There is support correspondence from 2 addresses on Lippincott and a 14 signature petition in support from addresses on Lippincott. There is interest or concern expressed in one letter of concern from 218 Lippincott, and there's opposition from 2 parties at 216 Lippincott. So do we have 4 speakers speaking in opposition?
No, through you, Mr. Chair. The agent is on the line, and then we also have one of 2 speakers in support and one of 2 speakers in opposition online.
1 in support, you got it right,
yep.
And 1 in opposition.
1 in opposition, yes.
Okay.
And perhaps we can hear from them first, and then while they're speaking, I'll try to get the other 2 on.
Fine. That'll be fine. Okay. Applicant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Christian Chan. Can you hear me clearly, Mr. Chair?
You're very clear. Please, you've identified yourself. Thank you. And you will have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel, and that 5 minutes begins now, please.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, I would like to inform the committee that it is our intention to request a deferral of the application. This deferral request by my clients, Mr. and Mrs. Vigneault, the owners of 218, was advised by me to be submitted to the committee. However, they were past the deadline of September 9th, 2020 to submit the deferral request. So I respectfully request the committee for deferral now. And if you would like me to move forward with the grounds and the rationale for the deferral request, please let me know.
Why? Yes, we need to know why you want to defer.
Okay, great. So in response to City Planning Staff Report of September 9th, I've been in communication with the city's community planners, Ms. May Wang and Mr. Alex Teixeira.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we just need to know, so your plan is to make revisions to the application?
Yes, we plan to make revisions to the application in response to the concerns of city planning in the filed report, as well as continued discussions with the Harvard Village Residents Association.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe we can so maybe we can find out from the person in opposition whether or not the people in opposition, if they're in agreement with a deferral request for those reasons.
Right. Let's go to that person in opposition. I'd like to speak to that person when you can, moderator.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please identify yourself by name.
Hi, this is Pamela Davis from 216 Lippincott, and I'm speaking also for Kim Cole and Peter Malloy from 216 Lippincott. Okay. We are fine with them deferring if they're going to be addressing the problems that the city has with the application, because the city has a lot of the same problems that we do.
So you are agreeable to a deferral? Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in that case, there's just the one person in opposition, no one else to canvass?
There's one person in support, and then I'm trying to get the other person in opposition on the line right now.
Yeah, we'll just wait a moment for the other person in opposition to see if you can raise them.
Hi, Miss Dexter, are you there?
Yeah, Harvard Village Residents Association.
This is Sue Dexter?
Yeah.
There is a request put forward by the applicant to have the application consideration deferred in order to allow consultation with city, consultation with neighbors, and revisions. Would you be, do you want to proceed now, or do you want to allow a deferral?
Oh, I'd allow the deferral in a minute. I think we can work it out.
Thank you very much.
Shall I stay on the line?
No, thank you. No, that's what we needed to know from you. We appreciate it.
Okay, bless you. Thank you.
Okay, then. I think we can go to the panel now. And panel, there is a request here to defer by the applicant. The two people who had called in opposition have both indicated strong agreement to do so. We can decide to continue and hear the application now if we wish. I guess one of the things to specify to the applicant is that because of the backlog that the committee is dealing with, I think it is the case still that an application deferred today will not be heard in 2020.
No, through you, Mr. Chair, the applicants are still required to try and meet the terms of the deferral within 3 months, and then once we get a word from them, then we will look for a hearing date, but it probably won't be till mid-2021.
Right. So applicant, are you aware of that?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair, and I've informed my clients of the potential timelines that would arise out of a request for deferral.
Yes, okay. Okay then, good. I shall look then, there is a request to defer, panel. I'll look to you for a motion in that regard.
Yeah. So I'm going to move for deferral with deferral fee, and also that the reason for the deferral is for further consultation and maybe some revisions of the proposal.
Just to be clear, what was your motion with respect to the deferral fee?
They have to pay for the deferral fee.
Deferral fee to apply. Okay.
Yeah, reply that.
So a motion to allow the deferral fee to apply by Ms. Chand, second by Mr. Reid, I think I saw. Mr. Reid, yes, second. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Carried unanimously. So application number 17 is deferred, and the deferral fee is to apply. We move to 1882 Major Street. And committee is looking at applicant's materials, presentation material from the agent, report from, or comment from transportation, another from engineering, development engineering, and engineering and construction. And we have letters in interest or concern from two parties. And Mr. Moderator, where do we stand in terms of speakers?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent on the line, and then we also have one speaker in opposition.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Romano.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano here, Action Planning Consultants on behalf of the owner.
Thank you. I am going to consult with my colleagues to see if they'd like to have a presentation.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one speaker in opposition.
I beg your pardon. Okay. In that we do have someone in opposition, we will be moving to a presentation. So, Mr. Romano, you do have 5 minutes to present your application, and that begins now.
And sorry, just to jump in here, Mr. Chair, Mr. Romano, we're getting a bit of a weird feedback coming through on your microphone. I don't know if you can maybe try adjusting the volume settings or something like that.
Okay, how's this? Is that better?
It's still there. Do you mind if I try giving you a call on your cell phone?
Go ahead.
Here, Mr. Romano, it seems to have gone away. Can you try speaking?
Yep, this is me.
Okay, yeah, I think that should be okay.
Okay. If we can kindly put up my supporting material, I have 2 slides that I'm just going to walk through briefly. Thank you kindly. So this is an application that involves a property southwest of Spadina and Hartford. It's a property that fronts onto Major Street and backs onto Chapel Hospice Lane. You see the laneway there. On this photograph, you're going to see that the subject site currently does not have a garage, but there is a shed in the back, and that the back of the property has an abundant supply of hard surfaces. It is not a completely landscaped rear yard. What we do see within the surrounding context is a number of accessory structures and also properties that have accessory structures and hard surfaces in the backyard. The proposal is to construct a laneway house, and the laneway suite would have parking in the ground floor and within a dormer second story that complies with the bylaw provisions, the secondary suite. So that would align with what we see in terms of the existing accessory structures along this laneway. And actually, there is an existing 2-story laneway. If we go to the second slide, we'll see that there is an existing 2-story building on the lane, just a couple of properties removed closer to the north from the subject site. So the proposal really is for 3 variances, 2 of which deal with landscaping. The first one is a landscaping in between the accessory structure and the main dwelling, and this would actually improve the existing soft landscaping on the subject site from the current condition. The second variance deals with the landscaping in between the secondary suite or the lane suite and the laneway itself. And it is a variance of 0%, but when we look at it in terms of the measurement itself, it is less than 1 square meters. The zoning bylaw would require less than 1 square meter of landscape space between the laneway suite and the lane property line. And in order to compensate for that variance, we have permeable pavers or interlocking pavers along that entire width. So that would allow for actually more percolation of water than the less than 1 square meter of landscape open space that the bylaw would require in this instance. In terms of the setback, you'll see that it is a staggered setback, and it's actually a little wider than the existing condition where the existing fence is. And you'll see that in that photograph that I have just above the subject site, where you've got that red truck in the backyard and the fence line. So subject to any questions, I'd submit that the proposal represents a sensitive, appropriate design that does not require the removal of a neighboring building there that you'll see on the site plan actually encroaches onto the subject site in terms of its building setback. It encroaches onto the subject site. So subject to any questions, sir, I submit that the application is minor in nature and has no impact.
Thank you very much.
Right, through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker in opposition is Mr. Joe Oliveira, and he should be online.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my name is Joe Oliveira, direct neighbor on 80 Major Street. I have a few concerns regarding the design plans.
Please carry on.
Related to the three variances, the second variance is a complete reduction of 100% to 0% on the soft landscaping. There is concerns from the neighbors right across from 82 Major on Trappist Lane, where it's an elderly neighbor that parks in and out of the garage, and safety concern as far as it's a tight space and he can't enter the garage, can't exit currently. With an ancillary structure there, it's going to be even more difficult, and I'm concerned that there's going to be created damage, as well as it's a tight space for myself entering the garage on my property, so it will be tight. And then thirdly, it's the height of the ancillary building. It's going to be at least 19 feet or 6 meters, and I'm concerned on privacy. It's because it's overlooking my direct bedroom. And so that'll be a concern from a privacy perspective. And then lastly, there was no consultation that I'm aware of with either myself, 80 Major or 84 Major, or the neighbors directly behind 82 Major Street. So, and hence those three concerns is my ability to reflect to the committee, and I ask you that you please reject this application in its current form.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions for you from panel members. No questions for you. Thank you very much. We'll now return to the applicant for rebuttal. And go ahead, applicant. You heard the issues raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of the second variance regarding the landscaping in between the laneway suite and the lane itself, as I mentioned before, that is a reduction of less than 1 square meter. I think it's 0.95 square meters, and that is compensated by the fact that there is interlocking pavers there, and that is a condition that currently exists on the site. There is no landscaping between the property line and the fence and beyond the fence line. It's actually an improved condition. With respect to access along the laneway, there is no right for anyone to actually traverse onto the subject property in order to access their own property and building. So there is no impact in that regard. If you're accessing your own parking space or garage, you should be using only the public lane and not private property. And again, I would say that to the extent that people do traverse onto the subject site, the proposed setback to the laneway is actually larger than the existing condition. And in terms of overlook, there is no height variance for the laneway suite, and indeed those windows that are on the laneway suite look out onto the laneway and into the rear yard of the subject property. There are no windows along the side. There is no overlook. Certainly none that would be contrary to what the existing zoning would allow as of right. So I would submit that there is no unacceptable adverse impact of an overlook or privacy nature.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you. Panel members, questions of the applicant? I guess I have one question. That's just with respect to soft landscaping. The optimal situation is when each property does its share of absorbing stormwater. So please, if you wouldn't mind, just clarify for me why you're not able to have any soft landscaping.
So this is, if we look at the site plan drawing, slide 2, this is the space in between where the garage face abutting the lane and the lane property line exists. So in that position, a 0.95 square meter landscape area would essentially render that space, I guess you might have some soil there, but you wouldn't have anything planted there. So the difference between having a 0.95 square meter soft landscape area or dirt as opposed to a 5.16 square meter interlock paving is that the interlock paving allows for more percolation than that little patch of dirt in the backyard, or in between the lane and the garage face. In addition, there is, if you look at the actual elevation of that doorway area, the west elevation of the laneway suite, you have the garage door, and then you have the pedestrian entrance to the laneway suite. So there isn't really space otherwise to accommodate soft landscaping. You're looking at a walkway to provide access to the pedestrian entrance and the driveway to the garage itself. So I would submit that the interlock paving actually achieves a better function of percolation than having the 0.95 square meter landscaping.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Panel, any further questions of the? Or do we wish to move to a motion?
Okay, I'm going to jump in. Okay, I have no problem with the proposal, and I think the variance number 2 is really, you're talking about that little piece of space between the laneway and the house. So I have no problem with that, but I have a little bit concern of the first floor, the size of the first floor balcony. But since there's no opposition, I'm okay with that too. So these are our only concern. But if this, I'm waiting for the other two to respond. Otherwise, I am ready to move a motion.
So motion to approve by Ms. Chan, second by.
Can I just put a condition on that, if I might? I noticed that the applicant was prepared to do permeable pavers, but I also, the site application or the site plan speaks to interlocking, and there is a difference. So if we can just ensure the condition that he uses permeable pavers, not interlocking pavers.
Oh, yes.
Good point.
Yeah. Okay.
Where will that apply? Which variance, Mr. Clay, would that apply to?
Well, I'm not sure variance. I think he still needs the variances. He indicated that in those areas where he is putting hard landscaping in, that he would put permeable rather than interlocking. And I think I'd like just to make a condition that that those portions are permeable pavers.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at I just want to make sure it's specific. So on the site plan, there's the interlocking along the rear lot line abutting the lane, and then there's a path that goes from the front to the back. You want that all to be?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yes.
Okay, so the path from the street and behind the garage. Thank you. And then also, Ms. Chen, did you want to include the engineering conditions?
Yes, I think that is part of the laneway requirement, right? Laneway house requirement. Yes, I do.
Okay, then. Staff, do we?
I'll second that, Chair.
Okay, I just want to make sure staff has the motion. Okay, staff have captured the motion. Is there a second to the motion? Did you second, Mr. Clay? Mr. Clay seconds. Very good. Okay, it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor? Unanimous. Carrying of the motion, so the application is approved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before we get on to the next item, which is item 19, we're past 1:30, and I just wanted to let the people know who are registering for the 1:30 time slot that we are behind. And I believe after these next two items, we are going to be taking a 1-hour lunch break.
Correct.
So we will post a sign on YouTube telling you when we will be back at that time. So if you'd like to disconnect, take a break, and then please check back on YouTube probably within the next hour or hour and a half, just to see what time we were going to be reconvening for the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer. So yes, we shall now complete numbers 19 and 20, then we will be breaking, recessing. Number 19 is 522 Euclid Ave. And here, committee has applicant materials. There's a shadow study prepared by Picnic Design, and there is support in the form of 2 form letters, 524, 528 Euclid. Moderator, do we have a speaker in opposition?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, and then we have one of the 2 speakers in opposition online as well.
Thank you. All right, then, to the applicant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Lamb.
Good afternoon, Joanne. Joanne, you'll have 5 minutes to present your application to the committee. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So if we could bring up the floor plans or the drawing set that we have, it would be greatly appreciated. So we start with the site plan. So I'm going to start with saying that this house, this property has been in the family for over 50 years. It is being used currently as a multi-generational house with 2 units. The house has since been purchased by the grandchild and their family from the grandparents. The grandmother currently lives on the ground floor unit. So as you can imagine, the grandma is getting up in her years, and they would like to create an enclosed space that feels like exterior for her as she's spending a lot more time indoors. So you can see that on the first floor plan, but the addition though, we are keeping it aligning with the 1-story extension on the side that is attached, and we were trying to be respectful of the neighborhood volume. And so if you can go to the page 3, you can see the sunroom space that we're extending for the grandmother. And then on top of that, on the second floor, is where our client and their family are living. And on top of that, they're using that space to create a bedroom, 2 bedrooms for the children. And then on top of that, on the 3rd floor, they are creating a home office, a den, and an exterior space that is attached. So as you can see, the extra floor space that we're asking for is not just for the purpose of asking for space. It is being used very functionally. It's being used by a family that has lived there for a long time. And if you continue to the next page, you can see that this is the front elevation of the house, and it is not being touched at all. And then the next page is the back elevation of the house. So we are working with the existing roof profile on the 3rd floor so that it aligns with the character of the neighborhood. So while the exterior wall height has gone up, in terms of the zoning variance, but the actual height has remained the same. It's not adding any more height to the building at all. And then if we can go back to the site plan, the first page, this is to address the softscaping variance. The garden at the back is as existing. We have taken away some of the garden space to create a deck so the grandma can come out to the garden much safer, because currently she has to go down some steps and then go up a step, cross over, go down a couple more steps. It is not smooth at all. But we recognize that this is taking away quite a bit of softscaping, so our client have proposed to put a green roof on top of the existing garage, changing the profile of the roof, and so that rainwater will fall on the green roof rather than existing asphalt shingles. So if you have the graphics file open, we could see the 3D view of what it looks like. So it's on the second page of the graphics file. No, that's the shadow studies, but there should be a graphics file that, oh, there we go. So where you can see what the addition actually looks like, and as you can see, the volume is in keeping with the look of the neighboring houses, and also the proposed material, we're simply proposing brick, again in keeping with the neighborhood material and texture. So if there's any question, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Okay. We'll now go to the speaker speaking in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the first speaker in opposition is Miss Orla Collins, and she should be on
15 seconds remaining.
Never mind. It looks like she did not pick up the call. We can go to the next speaker, who is Frank Mara. So I will unmute Frank at the moment. Mr. Mara, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you. Please identify yourself by name.
My name is Frank Mara.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And your address, Mr. Mara?
510 Euclid Avenue.
510?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, you have 5 minutes to address your views to the committee. Please proceed.
Thank you. Originally, I attempted to email my comments, but I missed the deadline. So I'll just basically read off what I had previously prepared. In sum, there are a number of variances that are found to be offending the bylaw applicable. Not one of them is insignificant, and in their totality, I feel they offer a gross offense to the intended purpose of the bylaw. This is a well-established old neighborhood, and under most scenarios, that would not be considered a change in keeping with the neighborhood feel. Look, for example, at the last drawing referred to by the applicant. The roof line, as you can see, projects quite a bit more than the actual neighbor that it's referenced, as well as the second-story addition. What I find, in addition to those, issues, there is a significant impact on the south landscaping remaining after this proposal were done, and that is significant, I think, by itself. And it almost seems wholly unnecessary. There are other avenues to accommodate the applicant's needs, including laneway housing, for example. That is their choice, of course, but on the basis of this application, as I say, I think the totality of the variances are significant and they provide offense to the spirit of the bylaw and is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
That would be my submission.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Committee members, any questions for Mr. Mara? No, seeing none. Okay, in that case, we'll go back to the agent. And agent, you've heard the concerns that the proposed dwelling will not be in keeping with the neighborhood. Could you, you now have time, 5 minutes to make your rebuttal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I said, it is something that we're very well aware of from the get-go. We understand that this is a well-established neighborhood, so it's something that we looked quite a bit at the neighboring houses so that we're not proposing something that is that really sticks out like a sore thumb, essentially. So it is something that when we try to mold the volume of the proposal, we know that next door, the one that's attached has a 1.5-story tall ground floor. We know that we're asking a little bit more on the second floor, but it is something we're holding strict to the line that is essentially across the back of the houses on the laneway. And in terms of figuring out the roof line, again, it's something that we want to be very sensitive. So it's like we extruded the profile of the slope roof, but the other roof, we kept it low intentionally so that it doesn't read as something that doesn't belong. In terms of the softscaping comment, it's something that we're aware of, which is why we're proposing a green roof to the garage. It is currently not feasible to do laneway housing in this particular site due to fire access issues, and the family has no intention of having the grandmother living in the laneway at the moment. They want the whole house to function as a multi-generational house.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the agent? Okay, I'm just waiting to see if Mr. Reed is with us.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have him on my screen here. For whatever reason, he's not coming up on there, but he shook his head. He doesn't have any questions.
Mr. Reed, could you just say testing, so we can know that you're with us?
Yeah.
You're with us. Okay.
I'm here. I can see you all.
Okay, very good. Okay then, so there are no questions for the applicant. Let's take it into committee and move to a decision. Is anyone ready to make a motion on the application?
Well, maybe I'll start off. When I looked at this originally, I had some concerns, I think, about the height variance. It would seem to be considerably higher than permitted, but I understand that the height won't be increasing on the existing, so it appears to be a bit of a existing condition, although there is a third story. Similarly, had a little bit of initial concerns about depth, but seeing that the extension is doesn't really exceed what most or many of the other existing neighbors already have, I think my concerns were satisfied. So I'm support this application.
Would you be ready to make a motion?
Sure. I'm happy to move approval of this application. I don't believe there are any conditions, so I'll have to move approval.
Thank you. Second, Mr. Reid. So it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, show of hands, and carried unanimously. The application is approved. And committee moves along to application 20, which is the final one of our morning agenda, 721 Palmerston. Here we're looking at applicant materials. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry. There is correspondence both in support and in opposition. Some 5 pieces of correspondence in support and 23 form letters in opposition from a variety of addresses on Palmerston, Palmerston Gardens, Palmerston Square, Raymond Heights, Euclid, Barton Ave, Markham, Olive Ave, Wells Street, Essex Street, and Manning. Moderator, how many speakers do we have registered to oppose?
We only have 1 speaker registered to oppose. There's also an additional speaker speaking in support of the application.
Well, 1 in support, okay, very good. Very good. Then I'll go now to the agent. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Lamb.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please, your time starts now.
Okay. Again, if we could start with our drawing set on the site plan. Essentially, this is switching a existing convenience store into a quick service cafe. So we believe that this cafe is actually would be a good addition to the neighborhood. This is, if you go to the ground floor, which is page 3, the location of the cafe takes over from the location of the convenience store as is. Nothing changes other than the interior layout. And then if you go back to the site plan, our client is also proposing a patio space on Palmerston as well as on Barton. The Barton side would be considered the main patio. Our client is very adamant that this is a quick service cafe that serves coffees and muffins. Their opening hours are essentially from 9 to 6 during weekdays and then a little bit shorter on the weekends. So it's really to meet the needs of people on the way to work, people during the day working from home, or expectant mothers, etc., who wish to hang out somewhere other than their house. Obviously, during COVID times, the hours would be drastically reduced. Our client's also adamant that there will be no liquor license. There's no intention of her to have this as anything that would anywhere close to some sort of a bar. So the patio space is for people to sit and have their coffee and their snack. This is very much like Contra Cafe on Shaw Street, which has become a very welcome addition to the neighborhood. So if there's any question, I'm happy to take them.
Thank you very much. I think we'll go now to the next speakers. There's a person in support?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The first individual is Mr. Henry Dillon, and he is registered as speaking in support of the application. And I will unmute him right now.
Thank you.
Hello there. My name's Henry Dillon. I live on 51 Palmerston Gardens, so about a couple of 100 meters from the site.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dillon. Please, we're interested in your views. Proceed.
Okay, Thank you very much. I'll try and be quick because I know you're running short on time. I suppose I've got three main points here. First is that I think that this is a wonderful site for a cafe. There's been a brilliant sort of case study of a similar location, which is Contra Cafe on Shore Street, which is almost identical in terms of its layout. It's on a corner, it's surrounded by residential areas, and it works really well as a community hub. It's not a bustling cafe, but it's one where I've been to frequently, and it's helped me to get sort of to know neighbours in the area. My other point, I suppose, is that, sorry, I just need to find my notes, is I suppose the overwhelming support that has come about as a result of this application. So we have a Facebook group, the Seaton Village Facebook group, which has sort of, I suppose, posts about people's lost cats and who wants to sell, I don't know, some outdoor furniture and that sort of thing. But when news came on that of the potential of a cafe popping up on Barton and Palmerston, the post received over 250 likes and 117 comments, which is probably a record even when people are spending more and more time online with COVID. I'd also like to say that in addition to this, there were 11 other supporters that attempted to write in, but unfortunately we missed the deadline. So I also sort of want to speak on behalf of them. And then, the last thing I suppose is that, I really do feel that this would be a brilliant community hub. It's right beside a school, so I can imagine it being a wonderful addition to the neighbourhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. And we'll now move to the speaker in opposition.
All right, through you, Mr. Chair, the speaker in opposition is Ms. Harriet Drucker.
Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is. Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Harriet Drucker, and I live at 719 Palmerston Avenue, right next to 721 Palmerston Avenue. The proposed decking that will be facing Palmerston will interfere with my sight lines. I've had concerns about that. I have concerns about loitering, about noise, about garbage, about COVID spread with increasing the number of individuals right around my property. I also have concerns. I'm not sure what the plans are to put umbrellas. And I don't have from the images here, I don't have a good sense of, I understand there's going to be benches, but I don't know where exactly those are proposed or how they will affect 719 Palmerston viewing.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for this speaker, Ms. Drucker? No questions? Okay. Okay, then in that case, we'll return to the applicant. Ms. Lamb?
Hello. Thank you to Ms. Drucker. The concern regarding the decking, the deck there is actually existing. It's not proposed. And that's why that is not one of the variances listed in the zoning review. However, we are proposing a privacy screen on the front to address privacy issues, because obviously you would not want to have people drinking coffee wandering into your yard. that is perfectly understandable. So we are proposing a 1.5 meter tall privacy screen with a planter in front so that it looks nice. There is a tree that is close by there. We would not touch that tree at all. We would simply locate the privacy screen in the property of 721 so that it avoid the tree completely. So that it provides privacy between the patio on 721 and 719. Now, in terms of the patio, it's really just about putting 2 picnic benches along Barton and maybe a maximum of 4 seats on the Palmerston side. If you go to the history on Google Maps, you could see that there were chairs and tables from 2014 on. I presume it's related to the convenience store. So it's not something that hasn't been done before on this site. So it's something that it's been done. The patio, though, it's not meant to be anything that is obnoxious and intrusive. We would want to work with the neighbors to make sure that they're not getting adversely impacted by the proposed patio and the cafe.
Thank you. I have a question for you. And this stems from something Mr. Dillon mentioned. He mentioned in his support that there's a school nearby, and this would be a useful service to the students. Is that school elementary, middle school, high school?
Across the street.
Do you know?
I believe it is an elementary school. I see a lot of kids playing on the jungle gym and the yard often.
Presumably, elementary school kids don't drink coffee, but
no, it would not be for the kids, for sure.
Okay. So the loitering issue is not really a concern then as far as young people are concerned. And the outdoor operation would run from when? From May till October or what?
The outdoor operation, as in the patio, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, yes, in the warmer weathers. Definitely in the summer, and I guess spring and fall, like there wouldn't be heaters or anything.
Thank you. Okay. Other questions for the applicant panel members?
Mr. Chair, I just, through you, Mr. Chair, since the other cafe on Shaw Street was mentioned in the presentation, I just want to let you know that that was approved by the committee with conditions that the use be permitted for a term expiring on December 29th, 2010, and that the hours of operation not extend beyond 8 p.m. That decision to approve with those conditions was appealed by the applicants, and the Ontario Municipal Board granted the variance, the use variance, on the conditions that the operating hours not extend beyond 11 p.m., that no floor area be used for entertainment purposes listed by Section 4 of the definition for a restaurant in Section 2 of Bylaw 43886, which is no longer. But you could say that no entertainment uses permitted under the bylaw are permitted on this patio. And that the restaurant use be restricted to the ground floor only. The other thing, it appears to me that the patio is probably located mostly on City Boulevard, so any patio permits, I believe, would fall under the jurisdiction of right-of-way and City Council. But in terms of the coffee house, if you're interested in imposing any conditions, anything that just, defines the area, or maybe there's operating use. The screening that the applicant also recommended can't be higher, I believe, than 1.5, only because of the, it will restrict sight lines down the sidewalk.
Madam Deputy Secretary, you mentioned that a time limit was imposed by the original Committee of Adjustment decision. Can you tell us how long that time limit was imposed?
It was. They had imposed it, I believe it was, well, the application was heard, sorry, just a second. Heard by the committee on December 9th, 2009. So it was just for 1 year to see, I guess, how it operated, which was something that past committees have done only because it's a use variance, so it's not permitted, and because it's not permitted, you don't know what the other standards would be that would be applied. So
Right,
it's
so
just
that's-
the straight use. So
Yes.
I know in the past they put time limits on only just to see how it would operate if there were any complaints, et cetera, but I don't know. That's why but again, those condition, or that decision with those conditions was appealed, and the board didn't think that the timeline was appropriate.
The board did
Did
not.
not. They just restricted the use to the main floor, that there be no entertainment out allowed, and what else? At the operating hours not extend beyond 11 p.m.
Interesting information on a similar operation in the same neighborhood. So, committee members, did you get the gist of that on this other operation? Things we might want to think about would be, if we are considering an approval, would be use restricted to main floor, 11 p.m., closure, and no entertainment uses on the patio.
Mr. Chair, we've also had, for outdoor patios at the rear of a restaurant, there's also a condition that has been imposed for no music or artificial or amplified sound being played or projected outside the unit.
Gotcha. That is, yes, no, thank you. Okay, there's some ideas. So committee members, did we have any further questions of the applicant? I think she's still with us. Yeah, she is, if you have further questions.
Well, I wonder, Chair, just to the points that Anita's raised, does the applicant know what her client's hours of operation were proposed to be?
Let's find out.
Yes, the operation hours from during weekdays would be from, I believe, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then on the weekends would be a little bit later, from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. So there's absolutely no intention to go anywhere beyond dinner time. And the discussion that was just had regarding no music or no entertainment and restriction to the ground floor, that is all, I've certainly discussed all of those things with the client. We looked to Contra quite a bit as an example, and we've actually talked to the owners of Contra about how their operations have been running, and so far it's been very successful.
Thank you. So that's interesting. You're informing committee that your applicant does not intend to have evening uses in any case, either weekend or weekday.
Exactly.
On the patio. Is that on the patio or on the interior?
She simply intends to close the cafe, patio, and inside after 6 p.m. on weekdays.
Right.
Okay. Again, it is not intention to have, there's no intention to have this as an evening hours kind of establishment at all.
Thank you for that. That's good information. So, any further questions of the applicant? No. In that case, let's take the application into committee for a decision, discussion.
Well, let's have the discussion first. I found that this is like an urban corner, and it's been a convenience store for that long. And I think the proposal is a very good addition to, I mean, it's not good, it is just appropriate for the site. And I do not know whether we bring in conditions that apply to previous cases is fair in this case. But if the applicant is agreeable to to not loud music and limit of the operation hours. If it's okay with her, then I don't have any objection. But I do object to the expiring date because in my experience in the past, small business, if they only can operate 1 year and then they have to reapply again, it's a long process and very expensive process. If that did not work, the OMB did not agree, I would not agree with that either.
I agree, Yim. I think I'm in full support of this application. I think it's a good spot for it, and I think we should be seeing more of this in our neighborhoods. And I agree that I wouldn't want to put a time limit on it, not time of day, but a duration of the approval.
Thank you. Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I'm here. I think these are the kinds of activities that really animate streets and neighborhoods, and it sounds like it's not going to be a bar, it's not going to be out of loud entertainment. It sounds like the applicant is prepared to put up screening and to be sensitive to the neighborhood. I think these are a wonderful addition to the neighborhood. I do wonder whether, and I'd seek my colleague's view, that whether we might want to put a condition about closure of operation, just to mirror what the applicant is proposing to do themselves already. Just give a little bit of comfort to neighborhood that there isn't going to be something that is going to be all evening and will be the kind of light cafe that would benefit everyone. So I wonder whether we should have a restriction or a condition that limits hours of operation to 6 p.m. if that's what the applicant is looking for.
I would agree with that suggestion very strongly. 6 p.m. closure. And I also think this is important. I know if I lived next door, I would be concerned about music projected to the patio. I would be concerned about entertainment uses. So the idea of including a simple restriction on music projected to the exterior patio and entertainment uses not being allowed, as well as the 6 p.m. Time limit. Okay. Is there a motion?
Sorry, I'm not too sure about 6 p.m. I think that in the summer, actually, almost 9 o'clock, we still have the sun. I think a little bit too early, maybe to 8 o'clock, 8 p.m.
That was what the applicant is doing. That's what they proposed, 6 p.m.
8 p.m.
Oh.
No, the applicant said 6 p.m. during the week, 5 p.m. on weekends.
The applicant is saying 6 p.m. on weekends. We could give the applicant some leeway if you'd like, in case they find that they have big business, and give them till 7 or 7 p.m. or something. We could do that if we chose.
Yim, I agree. I think the applicant's saying 6, but I think businesses can change and owners can change. I think giving a bit more flexibility would be good. I would support 8 o'clock.
I'd be okay with it.
So 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or to 8 p.m. Is that what you're suggesting? There should be a morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sure. And also I agree that the other two conditions is no loud music.
Yeah.
At the patio, and also the eating establishment is only limited to the ground floor.
I forgot what the applicant said about this. I'm a little concerned about the 9 o'clock morning opening time, because I know if I lived around there and woke up early and wanted to go for my coffee, 9 o'clock would be a while to wait. Does anyone remember whether the applicant had a statement about the opening time in the morning?
10 o'clock, I think.
10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on weekdays, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends.
Fine. Okay.
So I need a full list of what the conditions are then, if we could.
I'm good. Okay, then, if we can move to a motion, if it is to approve and you want to include some of these things, that they'll need to be stated in the motion.
Sure, okay. I'll jump in and, okay. Yeah, you can go.
No, Peter, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, I'll just say my list, and I'm open to friendly amendments for sure. So I move to approve, subject to the use only being permitted on the first floor, no amplified sound on the patio area, and no live music on the patio area. Operating hours from 9 a.m. till 8 p.m. And I think that's it.
No, there's a forestry one, I think. Condition, urban forestry.
Oh, sorry, and urban forestry condition 1, that's right.
There we are. And I think staff has captured the motion. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Ms. Chen. So it is moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Okay. Those opposed? Okay, I think, Mr. Clay? He might be frozen. Oh, he's frozen. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I'm sorry, Chair. I'm having computer challenges, so I'm in favor.
I'm going to take the vote again.
You're in favor, right? Through you, Mr. Chair, you're in support of the motion. Is that correct, Mr. Clay?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
The vote then is recorded as unanimous in favor. Motion carried. The application is so approved. And committee will recess now for 1 hour. That would take us till 3:30. And we'll resume then. Thank you.